Hey, hey, everybody. I'm giving it a little bit for some more people to join. We will be reviewing today day 1 and day 2 of Carly Gregg's trial. Carly Gregg is a now 15-year-old. At the time of the crime she committed, she was 14. She is charged with unaliving her mother and attempted unaliving of her stepfather. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and jump right in, guys, because this is quite lengthy and there's some really interesting testimony. I've watched some of this, but I haven't had a chance to watch it all with all that's been going on with Diddy. So let's get into it, guys. Oh, hold on, I had to cut the music. Cut the music. Okay. Now we're ready to go.
Contacts with those persons. You are required to report to the court any communication or attempt to communicate with you on the case or any subject connected with the trial. You may not take notes during the course of the trial. There are several reasons for this. It's difficult to take notes and at the same time pay attention to what a witness is saying. Further, in a group the size of yours, certain persons would take better notes than others will, and there's a risk who do not take good notes and on jurors who do. The jury system depends upon all jurors paying close attention and arriving at a decision. The court believes that the jury system works better when jurors do not take notes. You will notice that we do have an official court reporter making a record of the trial. However, we will not have typewritten transcripts of this record available for your use in reaching a decision in this case. During the trial, the court may be called upon to make rulings on objections or motions made by the attorneys. You should not infer from any ruling the court makes that the court has an opinion on the merits of the case favoring one side or the other. If the court sustains an objection to a question and not allows it to be answered, you should disregard any response by the witness prior to the court's ruling, and you should not speculate on what the complete answer
He's giving the jury their instructions.
Might have been, or draw any inference from the question itself. It may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys outside of your presence. It is impossible to predict when those circumstances might arise, but I will resolve the issues before me as quickly as possible. After this instruction, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make opening statements in which they will be able to explain the facts and issues as they see them. After all of the evidence has been presented, they will have the opportunity to address you again and make their closing or final arguments. These statements and arguments are not evidence or instructions on the law. Nevertheless, they are intended to help you understand the evidence and the applicable law, and you should give them close attention. Opening by the state.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a case about Carly Madison Gregg. Carly Gregg has been charged with murdering her mother, Ashley Smiley, and attempting to murder her stepfather, Heath Smiley. She's also been charged with tampering with physical evidence for removing a camera and hiding it that captured a portion of the events. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear testimony throughout the next few days during this case. You'll hear about some secret life that Carly lived. You'll hear that Carly had a secret boyfriend. You'll hear that Carly had a secret iPod, that she had secret social media accounts that she was using to communicate with people on this iPod when her parents had taken her phone away. You'll hear that she was secretly cutting on her thigh using a knife. You'll hear that she secretly had burner phones her mom and stepdad didn't know about that she was using. You'll hear that she had secret weed vape pens and that she before going to school at times. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not why we're here, though.
Hey, baby.
Carly's daughter the stepdaughter of Heath, that Heath and Ashley were married sometime in 2022. I'm sorry, 2020. You'll hear that Carly's not been in her life for about a year or more, that he was a known drug user, had violent and angry tendencies. You'll hear that back in January, Carly got in trouble with her parents when they had an iPod, that they got onto her for using these secret accounts and for communicating with people. You'll hear that around the same time that she had this boyfriend they found out about, and that they asked her to break up with him, and that later they found out she was still seeing this boy. You'll hear at some point that Carly got in trouble at school. She was cheating. She found the answers to a test and gave them to the other students. You'll hear that all of this was happening about the same time that they found out Carly was cutting on her legs. You'll hear that as a concerned parent, what they did was they got Carly in therapy. She was being treated for anxiety and stress. You'll hear that she continued smoking those vape pens even after in therapy. So now I want to take you to the real reason we're here and what you'll hear. We're here because on March the 19th, 2024, Carly rode to school with her mother that day. Ashley was a school teacher at Northwest Rankin, taught geometry. Carly was in the 10th grade. You'll hear that morning she got in a little altercation with one of her friends, cussed him out. But what you'll hear, ladies and gentlemen, from the testimony of this friend is that he was so worried about Carly's use of smoking marijuana, and so worried about her being high, and so worried about her having these burner phones that her mom didn't know about, that he felt compelled to tell Miss Ashley Smiley that day. Ladies and gentlemen, after the incident with Carly that morning, you'll hear that he gets in touch with another friend, and he's like, hey, you got to keep her distracted so I can go tell Miss Smiley what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, this friend cared about Carly. He was like, I gotta intervene. I gotta tell her. I'm afraid of what's happening. You'll hear from him that he did, in fact, tell Miss Smiley. That after 4th block that day, he goes and he tells Miss Smiley, hey, Carly has got these vapes. She's got this phone. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear then that Carly Gregg rides in the car home with her mother from school to their house. They leave school sometime after 3:30. They get home a little before 4. You'll hear that when they get inside the house, it's only their 2 dogs, Ashley Smiley and Carly Gregg. Immediately, Carly goes and lets the dogs out. You'll hear testimony that Ashley then goes into Carly's room. You'll hear that while Ashley is in her room, that Carly's still outside. At some point, Ashley finds what law enforcement believe to be the 4 boxes that contain vape pens. Testimony will be that we believe she carried them from Carly's room to her bedroom, went back to searching Carly's room. The evidence will show that almost immediately upon Carly coming inside the house, that she walks straight to her parents, goes straight to her mom's side of the bed, and removes a .357 Magnum from under the mattress. We believe the testimony will be that then she concealed that .357 Magnum behind her back. As she walked through the kitchen, she peeks her head around. We believe the testimony will show that she peeks her head around the kitchen to make sure that her mom hasn't come out of her bedroom. We believe the evidence will then show that she walked with that .357 Magnum behind her back, walked in to her own bedroom, and then fired 3 shots into her mother, killing her. We believe the testimony will then be that very moment after she shot and killed her mother, she then hides that gun back out of the camera, walks back into that kitchen, sits down on a stool with a gun behind her, picks up her mother's cell phone, puts her mom's passcode into the phone. We believe the testimony will be that then she texts her stepdad and said something to the effect of, When will you be home, honey? Testimony will be that then she waited for him to respond. I'll be a little bit longer. She sends him a thumbs up. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe the testimony will then be that after she puts the phone back down and walks out of sight with the camera, that between the next 45 minutes or so, that the defendant reaches out to or attempts to reach out to about 5 or 6 of her friends. Some were FaceTime, some were text messages. We believe the evidence will show that during this time, she was asking them all for help, trying to get them to come over to her house. She wouldn't tell them why. We believe that one of them's going to say he even offered to call 911, and she told him no. The evidence will also be that one of these friends did in fact come over to help Carly that day. She didn't know why, but she knew that her friend needed help, and she went to that home. We believe the evidence will show that when that friend arrived at Carly's house, that Carly walked to the front door, asked her, "Are you squeamish around dead bodies?" We believe the evidence will show that then she took that friend and showed her her dead mother laying on the floor. We believe the evidence will show that after that, she says, "I put 3 in my mom, and I got 3 more waiting for my stepdad when he gets home." We believe the evidence will show that then she tells this friend, "Hey, why don't you go way outside in the backyard? My stepdad's about to be home." This friend will testify that she does go in the backyard and she hears gunshots. And the next thing she sees is Carly coming out of the back door. We believe the testimony will be that she fell down coming out of the back door, gets up and tells her to run. And these 2 individuals, this friend and Carly, jump over the fence and run separate directions. You'll hear testimony that there was a 911 call. You'll hear a frantic Heath Smiley telling the dispatcher, "Oh my God, she's killed her mother. She hit me in the neck, it grazed me. She tried to kill me too. She's run off." You'll hear from law enforcement when they arrived on the scene that Carly Gregg had fled the scene. You'll hear from law enforcement that when they arrived on the scene, Ashley Smiley was very much dead in the floor in Carly's bedroom, and that they found that Heath Smiley had been shot and hit in the shoulder, through and through. You will hear from law enforcement that sometime after the day of the event, they learned that there was cameras involved, that this home had surveillance video. You'll learn that one of those videos was turned over by the living victim, Heath Smiley, and it shows Carly Gregg and her friend jumping over the fence. And then you'll learn that there was another camera in the house on March the 19th, 2024. That Carly was hiding the gun out of sight of. And you'll hear that that camera was not in the kitchen when law enforcement got there, and it was not in the kitchen where it should have been when Heath Smiley got there. It wasn't until sometime later that that camera was discovered. Ladies and gentlemen, you will hear that Ashley Smiley's cause of death, gunshot wounds to the head. Ashley Smiley's manner of death, homicide. You will hear that Heath Smiley says, "Carly Gregg is the one that shot at me." And on his 911 call, he said that she tried to kill him. You'll hear him say that he did not move that camera, the only other person living in the home. Ladies and gentlemen, you also hear from forensic scientists from the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory. You'll hear that both of Carly Gregg's hands tested to both the right and the left. You'll hear that the .357 Magnum that was used to kill her mother and shoot her stepfather, they took swabs. They took a swab of the trigger, and they took a swab of the hammer. And you will hear that the DNA profile that matches those swabs belongs to Carly Gregg. Ladies and gentlemen, you will also hear that there were 2 projectiles removed from Carly Gregg's mother, Ashley Smiley. One in her brain, one in her neck. Projectiles were tested with ballistics, and that those projectiles matched the .357 Magnum that Heath Smiley took out of Carly Gregg's hand that day on March the 19th, 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this trial, after you've heard the evidence, the state will stand before you, and we will ask that you murder, attempted murder, and tampering with physical evidence. Thank you, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to make its opening now, or do you wish to defer?
The defense will go ahead, Your Honor.
Opening statement by the defense.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long morning for you all, so I will try to do this as briefly as possible.
Wow, that was a strong opening. Now we're going to go over to the defense. They have an opportunity to speak.
This is not a whodunit case. We know who took action on March 19th to bring about the death of Ashley Smiley and the injuries to Heath Smiley. However, this is a why case. Why did it happen? Why did this exceptional child with no history of violence, who was loved by her friends, her teachers, her parents, who had a good home life, who loved her mother, why did she shoot her mom? Why did she shoot at her stepfather? The state would like you to believe the answer to those questions don't matter, but we know better than that. The answers to those questions is why we're here today, and it's what you're here to do. We believe the evidence will show that there were 3 victims on March 19th: Ashley Smiley, Heath Smiley, and Carly Smiley, and Carly Gregg, that they were all 3 victims. We believe the evidence will show that Carly had been suffering from a mental illness, that Carly was not aware on March 19th that she had a mental illness. We believe the evidence will show that Carly's parents, who lived with her, were not aware that illness. We believe the evidence will show that Carly's close friends, who saw her at school every day, were not aware that Carly was suffering from a mental illness, because it's hard to look at a person and understand that they have a mental illness. It's hard to look at a person and know that they have a mental illness. That's why it's often referred to as the invisible disease. A person can exhibit symptoms of a mental illness without people necessarily knowing that they have one, or other people necessarily knowing the person has. While the events on March 19th were tragic, the events on March 19th were not intentional. The evidence will show, and the testimony will show, that Carly Gregg loved her mother, that Carly Gregg and her mother had a loving, close relationship. Carly Gregg's mom loved her. In fact, her life revolved around Carly, as parents' lives often do revolve. Carly very much wanted to please her mother. Carly was an exceptional student, made a 30 on the ACT when she was 13 years old. She was the apple of her mother and her stepfather's eye. And you will understand by the conclusion of this hearing why Carly's stepfather is standing behind her. Because he knows on March 19th, there were 3 victims: Ashley, Heath, and Carly. The state will ask you to take your good judgment, to take your common sense, and to put it in a bucket, to put the lid on the bucket, and to toss the bucket out of this courtroom. We implore you not to do that, to retain your common sense, to retain your good judgment, and to make sure that you are listening to the evidence as it's presented, because it doesn't matter how many witnesses the state puts on, their story is filled with inconsistencies because they're not telling the whole story. The evidence will not show that Carly was ever deemed dangerous by anyone. The evidence will not show that Carly ever had any desire to hurt her mother. The evidence will not show that Carly ever had any desire to hurt any person. The evidence will not show that Carly invited people over to her house to view her mom's body. What it will show is that on March 19th, a hysterical Carly called her closest friends, begging them for help, begging them to help her. The evidence will show that Carly did not recognize Heath Smiley when he got home that day. You'll hear that from him himself. The evidence will show that Carly was so terrified when Heath Smiley got home on March 19th that even after Carly left the house, Heath walked around the house with the handgun in his hand looking for an intruder because he was convinced by Carly, by how she appeared, by how she acted, did that day, by the child he had known for years, that she was terrified, something in that house to cause that kind of terror in Carly. What the evidence will not show is that Carly had a drug problem. What the evidence will not show is that Carly and her mother had any argument on March 19th. What the evidence will not show is that Carly had any desire to hurt her stepfather. What the evidence will not show is that Ashley Smiley was angry when she left school that day, or that Ashley Smiley was upset with Carly when she left school that day, or that after they got home on March 19th, Ashley and Carly engaged in an argument. The evidence will not show that Ashley Smiley found anything in Carly's bedroom that would have caused an argument. The evidence will not show that Carly intended to hurt anyone. The evidence will not show that Carly has not grieved her mother's loss. The evidence will not show that law enforcement did their due diligence in investigating this matter. The evidence will not show that Carly was abusing or misusing prescription medication. The evidence will not show that Carly was just a teenager who had a life that her parents didn't know everything about. That's called having a teenager and being a parent. The evidence will not show that Carly had ever tried to harm another person, had ever had a desire to hurt another person. The evidence will not show that Carly is a monster, that Carly was a difficult child, a troubled child, or a deranged child. The evidence will not show that Carly Gregg does not deserve you to return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the evidence will show that Carly had a family history of mental illness. In fact, it was well documented. The evidence will show that Carly was concerned that something was wrong with her. She wrote journal entries about it. The evidence will show that Carly was afraid she had the same mental illness that her father had. The evidence will show that Carly's mother had worried for years about Carly having the same mental illness that her father had. The evidence will show that Carly was very emotionally tied into her mother's emotions and that Carly never wanted her mother to worry about her. The evidence will show that Carly was scared of how her mother would react to the knowledge that if Carly had the same mental illness that her father had. That doesn't sound like a child that doesn't love her mom. And that doesn't sound like a child who has any intention of hurting her mother. The state would like you to believe that it's normal for to go home from school one day with their mother, who they love, and shoot her, but nothing's wrong. It was just marijuana. Or because she was on social media and her mom didn't want her on social media. But again, we ask you to retain your common sense and to retain your good judgment, because we know that just doesn't make sense. And at the end of this trial, if the state's case still leaves you feeling like their version of events just doesn't make sense, then you must return a verdict of not guilty.
State may call its first witness.
State calls Kevin Collins, Your Honor. Your Honor, Mr. Lewis approaching the PBS.
Her opening statement was also powerful. However, I didn't like the fact that she said that there were 3 victims because her mother's no longer with us. So now the state is going to call their first witness to the stand for testimony. Guys, this is day 1 of the Carly Gregg unaliving, M-word case, in which at age 14, she unalived her mother with a pium pium.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Adjust yourself up to the microphone. Yes. Do you understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn in?
So now they're getting ready to get testimony from this individual here. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is a 911 operator. If I'm not mistaken. What happened to my sound? Oh, they must have muted the courtroom. I was so confused. They keep muting the courtroom. Maybe there's things they're saying that they don't want shared with the general public. Hey, Deborah.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kevin Collins.
And Mr. Collins, where do you work?
I work Rankin County Sheriff's Department dispatch.
All right. And you say dispatch. Explain to us just a little bit about what dispatch is and what you do as part of your job responsibilities.
Basically, we take all the incoming calls from the county and the community, even some from the cities for emergency situations, and we dispatch proper personnel, whether it be medical, fire, law enforcement.
And how long have you worked for Rankin County Sheriff's Office in that role?
I started in Sheriff's Department February 7th, 2022.
Okay. And before February of 2022, did you have any experience working in that role in any other, for any other departments or agencies?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen about that?
I started with Hinds County Sheriff's Department in June of 2007. I worked 2 years at the city of Flowood, and then I worked Yazoo County E911, a couple years at Mendenhall Police Department, and then the last 6 years before I came to Rankin County, I was a supervisor at the city of Florence.
And you talked about some of your job duties and responsibilities. As part of your responsibilities and duties, do you dispatch fire services?
Yes, we do fire services.
Do you dispatch police?
Yes.
EMTs?
That is done through Pafford.
Okay. Who contacts Pafford in the event that EMTs are needed?
We transfer the caller. In the perfect situation, we transfer the caller to Pafford so they can ask the proper questions.
Okay. And I understand that over the years, maybe some of the training requirements have changed, but whenever you became a dispatcher, what were the training requirements in order to become a dispatcher?
Within the first year, you had to go through a 40-hour basic certification class plus a 8-hour ride-along with each department that you dispatch, whether it be fire, law enforcement, medical. Every continuous year, you have to do 48 hours in 6 different subjects for every 3 years to recertify.
So did you do those initial requirements back whenever you started?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you ride along with those different agencies that you dispatched?
Yes, I did.
All right. And have you kept up your continuing education hours throughout the years?
Yes, sir, I have.
And who are you certified through? Who keeps up with that?
Board of Standards and Training through the state of Mississippi.
Okay. And you said you worked at Rankin County since February of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you guys work in shifts, or how does your schedule work?
We do. My shift is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And we do a 3-2 split, which is like 1 week we'll work Monday, Tuesday, and then the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then the next week we will work Wednesday and Thursday. And it just alternates the following weeks.
Okay. How many dispatchers work at a time for Rankin County?
There's 4 of us at a time on duty.
And how do you guys handle calls that come in to, say, 911?
If it's an emergency situation, then, we've got this thing where we'll snap our fingers and somebody else will pick up on the call. That way one of us can get all the information we can while the other one's dispatching it out. So
is it possible that more than one person can be listening to the call at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to take you back to March 19th of this year, March 19th, 2024. Were you employed as a dispatcher with Rankin County at that time?
Yes, I was.
And that was as a dispatcher?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall receiving a call from an individual by the name of Mr. Heath Smiley that day?
Yes, I do.
And what was the reason for Mr. Smiley calling 911?
He called because he had been shot. At first, he said he had grazed the neck. Once during the middle of the call, he then stated that his wife was also shot dead on the floor, and I continued to talk to him until deputies arrived on scene.
And do you recall the address that Mr. Smiley was calling from?
Yes, it was 214 Ashton's Way.
Okay. Is that address located in Rankin County?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Mr. Collins, how would you describe Mr. Smiley's demeanor whenever you first picked up the phone that day?
He was very distraught. At first, I thought I was speaking with a female. It wasn't until I found out his name that I knew it was a male. And then I just continued to get further information from him, what I could. He couldn't even, when I asked him the address the first time, he couldn't even tell me the address. I went off of the 911, which gave us, I believe, 215 Ashton Way. And then later on during the call, I verified with him what his address was.
Okay. And you mentioned that Mr. Smiley stated that he was grazed and that his wife was dead. Did he tell you anything else?
He also advised that his stepdaughter had shot him and that he had taken the gun from her, and she ran out the back door wearing, I believe, a gray shirt and jeans and went over the back fence. I got a description from him that we could pass along to our officers, and that's most of it. Except he did also advise that she had been going through some things and was on medication trying to deal with some stuff.
Okay. When someone calls 911, are those calls recorded?
Yes, they are.
And do you know whether or not those calls are kept in the normal course of business by the Rankin County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Do you know whether your call with Mr. Smiley on March 19, 2024 was recorded?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that call was kept in the normal course and scope of business by the Rankin County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you listened to that call before?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Collins, I handed you an item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a disc of the recording.
And how do you know that's what that is?
Because I initialed and dated it.
Okay. Have you watched or listened to that call before?
Yes, I have.
And you said there are some initials on there. Are those your initials?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, guys, they're going to play.
Did it appear to be altered or edited in any way?
No.
They're going to play this 911 call. I caution you that it's very difficult to listen to. So just be prepared, because they're going to play the actual call from the date of this incident. So let's just proceed with caution. It's very difficult to listen to.
I did not.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, we would move this disc in as State's Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted as one, all purposes. Objection. I have treated this, don't I? Yes, sir.
And Mr. Collins, you mentioned that you listened to this. Is this a complete call recording of the call with Mr. Smiley that day?
Yes, it is, from beginning to end.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this for the jury, please?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to use the projector for cross-examination?
The defense has no cross-examination.
All right, you may step down, sir.
I told you guys it was hard to listen to. The stepdad was pretty much incoherent. He couldn't even understand what was happening or what just happened to him.
Are you going to use that with your next witness?
Yes, sir.
Before we go to the next witness, any jurors need a restroom break? All right, state may call its next witness.
State calls Deputy Hunter Lewis, Your Honor.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So.
Just yourself up to the microphone. Now under oath, your answers will be specific penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir, I do.
I'm guessing that they didn't have any questions for the dispatcher. None whatsoever.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Hunter Lewis,
All right, Hunter, and where do you work?
Rankin County Sheriff's Office.
All right, and what role do you work in?
No questions. I think they're really just leaning in on the mental health issue.
The sheriff's office.
Patrol.
All right, and as a patrol deputy at Rankin County, what do you do on a daily basis?
I answer 911 calls and assist the public when they call for assistance.
Okay. How long have you been in law enforcement? In Rankin County, or have you been?
Places.
Okay, where else have you worked?
I worked at Hines County, Flowwood.
Okay. And where did you start? Did you start at Hines County?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of training did you go through in order to become a certified police officer?
Went to Mississippi Law Enforcement Officer Training Academy.
Okay. And approximately how long is that training?
12 weeks.
All right. As a patrol deputy now at Rankin County, do you complete any kind of ongoing training or continuing education?
I do.
And tell us just a little bit about what kind of training you go through.
We have to do annual training yearly throughout the year.
Okay. And what kind of topics does that annual training cover?
Just different aspects of the job.
Okay. Is it related to patrol, or is it investigations? Tell us just a little bit about it.
Patrol.
Okay. Now, I want to take you back to March of this year, specifically March 19th, 2024. Were you employed as a patrol deputy at Rankin County on March 19th, 2024?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. Do you recall receiving a call for service at 214 Ashton Way?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Is that in a subdivision, or where is that?
It is.
What subdivision is that?
It's in Farmington Station, Norfolk.
Okay. Is that in Rankin County?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Did you respond to 214 Ashton Way?
Yes, sir, I did.
Whenever you arrived at 214 Ashton Way on March 19, 2024, were there any other law enforcement personnel there whenever you arrived?
No, sir.
So were you the first one there?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Whenever you arrived on scene that day on March 19th at 214 Ashton Way, just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed whenever you got there.
When I arrived, the door was locked, but I could hear somebody screaming and highly upset on the inside of the house.
Okay. Did you later find out who was inside the house?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who was that?
He's Smiley.
At any point, did Mr. Smiley come outside or tell us what happened next?
Yes, I knocked on the door several times, announced who it was, and then he opened the door.
Can you describe Mr. Smiley's demeanor that you personally observed?
He was hysterical, highly upset, crying.
Okay. Whenever he came out, tell us what happened next.
He fell to the ground on the porch just outside the front door once, and then I asked him where his wife was. He said that she was inside on the floor.
What information, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Deputy Lewis, what information, if any, had you been provided by dispatch?
Just advised that been 2 people shot inside the residence.
Okay, so you stated that Mr. Smiley came outside, then you spoke to him briefly. Then what happened next?
After I spoke to him, I went inside to check on the other party.
Okay, and then did you do anything to Miss Smiley whenever you encountered her inside?
I did. I initially checked for a pulse, and I couldn't feel the pulse, so I lifted the towel to see what kind of see what had happened, and that's when I noticed she had been shot in the face.
Okay, you mentioned a towel. Tell us. We haven't heard that before, so tell us what are you talking about? You
into the bedroom. She was laying flat on her back with her arms crossed with a towel over her face.
How were her arms crossed, if you recall?
Across the top of her chest.
Okay. And did you later confirm the identity of the female inside?
I did.
And who was that?
Ashley Smiley.
Okay. After checking Miss Smiley's pulse, what did you do then?
Then went back outside. I radio dispatch, and asked them to have medicals come on in, and went back outside to where Mr. Smiley.
Whenever you got back outside, were there any other law enforcement officers there at that time?
There.
Okay, and who was that?
Deputy Dustin Smith.
Okay. And once you returned back outside and encountered Mr. Smiley again on the front porch, what happened after that?
He told me who had shot him and gave me a description of what she was wearing.
And who did he tell you shot him?
His step.
Her name?
Carly Gregg.
Okay. And what did he tell you she was wearing?
She was wearing, I can't recall exactly what he has told me.
And then after that, what did you do next with that information?
Radioed to the units that was responding.
Did Mr. Smiley ever say anything about a gun or anything like that?
He did.
Okay. Tell us about that.
He advised that the gun that was used was laying on that counter, and there was one live round in the cylinder.
Did he say what type of gun it was?
357.
Okay. And then what did you do after that, if anything?
I let the other officers know about the weapon, and then had the crime scene taped off.
Okay. And so how long did you stay out there that day?
Until took possession of Miss Molly.
Okay. And after, at some point, did investigators get there? What happened with that?
When they arrived on the scene, they started taking photographs and processing the scene.
Okay. Now, Deputy Lewis, as a patrol deputy with Rankin County, do you wear a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell us, when do you activate your camera?
Anytime dealing with the public.
Okay. On March 19th, 2024, whenever you responded to 214 Ashland Way, were you wearing body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did your body-worn camera, in fact, record what happened whenever you arrived there on the scene?
Yes, sir, it did.
Do you know whether that body worn camera footage is kept by the Rankin County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, it is.
Since March 19th, 2024, have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. Hey, approach on.
Show the council officer.
Deputy Lewis, I handed you an object on. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of my body cam footage.
How do you know that's what that is?
Because I initially, after I watched it.
Okay, so you watched that and initialed it.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. That the footage that you watched on there, is that a true and accurate depiction of what your body cam recorded on March 19th, 2024 at 214 Ashton Way?
Yes, sir, it is.
Had that video been edited or altered in any way?
No, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time we would move this in as State's Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted without objection, S2.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to post this to the jury.
All right. Yeah, go back inside. Sheriff's office! Sheriff's office! Hey, come on, shuffle. Hey, come on. Hey, where's your wife at, bud? Where's your wife at? She's dead on the floor in that room. She where? Sheriff's office! Hello? Yes, I need medical here. Man, I need you to get. Hey, what is your son wearing? Hey, can you tell me what your son's wearing? Hey, I need you to talk to me. What is your son wearing? He was in jeans and a thick grayish t-shirt. She got short brownish hair. So jeans, a gray t-shirt, short brown hair. She ran into the backyard. I tried to follow her. She jumped the fence and ran. She shot me in the neck. It's okay. Does she still have the gun? It's on the kitchen counter. I think there's one light round left in it. I opened the cylinder. I went in the back door. She tried to shoot me. Hey, I need some gloves.
He's saying that she ran towards Magnolia Place. He's Graves, but he's two too. It went through his shirt. Magnolia Place, they gave the son of a bitch. She ran over the side back towards my vehicle. She might have come around this way. Might look back going back towards the farm right there. She does not have a phone. The phone is here at the house. He's been raised, but he's not got she's laying in the floor with a towel. She's so that's it. So. Will you take that tape right there and just the string from my part of those strings? Actually, go for the mailbox. It's a 357. Does she have any kind of, what's her name? Carly Gregg. Carly Gregg? How old is she? 14. She'll be 15 next month. She jumped the fence, he said. She didn't go out the back door tonight. Is he the only one? No, we got one. She's the back door is locked. She did not go out the back door. Careful, that's what he's claiming. Gray shirt, blue jeans, short brown hair. Hey, y'all do be advised, there's several firearms in the house. The one that he's saying was used is laying on the table, but they don't mention on it. We don't know the you go. Listen to me, okay? I need to get some information from you. What is her name again? Carly, C-A-R-L-Y. C-A-R-L-Y? Carly Madison Gregg. G-R-E-G-G. G-R-E-G-G? She's my stepdaughter. All right. This is Sparkle. And we're having all kind of problems with him. He's okay. Drugs and what is your name, sir? Smiley.
Wow. She ran from the house after committing this crime.
Smiley, 40 years of age, white female. Also, I got 27 for the other victim. It's 801-151-492. 801-151-492. Madison Gray, D-R-E-G-G.
Hey, Katrina. I honestly believe that the state is trying to show that this was premeditated. That this was a premeditated act on her behalf because her friend told her mom about the burner phones and the vapes that she had on that day.
Ashley Smiley, she's 40 years old, and then the one we're looking for is Carly Madison Gregg, she's 14. They've been having issues with her. This is the stepdaughter. But they're fixing to pay him now. We need on him. I said we'll probably send somebody up there with him. You're fine. That's why I was trying to just like. So you're gonna want to see somebody look. Why? There's all little girls in there. There's several dudes in the house. I need a climb on So we'll take care of that, okay? Even better than the piano. We'll take care of that, okay? Y'all take a picture of that so y'all have it for y'all's information. I'm just gonna get all this information from him. I'll leave that. Okay, all right. I got Reverend gonna start this for me. What's his name? Burnell? Colin Burnell? Okay. I thought I recognized him. He's ex-Pearl. Yeah, Pearl and Flowood, all those. They've been everywhere. That be better? Yeah. Works for me. It's gonna be we'll use it up pretty quick. I get it from right now. Yeah, hey, turn around. Hey, y'all turn around real quick. You gotta take a picture if you don't want to. He said they've been having issues. I couldn't really get him out to know. I didn't really get much from him because he told, all he told me is she could, yeah, all he kept telling me was she ran out the back door to the back door. What's the easiest way? He probably didn't kind of immediately trying to get coming back. He said the wife's name was Ashley. Ashley? Yeah. Who did this? Ashley Smiley. Ashley Smiley. I was straight. She was back there. Yeah. Hey, Tyler, the gun
one that's used is right there on the counter in the kitchen. No. Yeah, that's all who, she's in here. Sweet. Figure out where the fuck she's going. Now this is us. There's a bunch of gun cases and stuff laying out there. That closet's swimming full of guns. So we know she may still have that. She's in there. I mean, I couldn't get another front door. He was explaining something to me about the mother. I mean, the father. Because he stepdad too. Okay. Yeah. Me and Dustin's already cleared the house. Me and Dustin's already cleared the house. Me and Dustin cleared the house. I'm talking every closet, under the beds, everything. You don't have to even hide the damn spot. But Dad, he said she ran out the back door. I know. But Dad, you never know. Look, I want to go through the house and I want to look under beds, I want to look in closets, behind clothes. Let's make sure she's not in this house before we exhaust a whole lot out of it. You know, that's juvenile cars. Did y'all, me and Dustin walked through and cleared the house, but I mean, did you look under beds? We didn't get that. No, I mean, look through closets and stuff like that. Yeah, I quickly cleared it, but I didn't. Yeah, let's clear. Hey. That's mom. Yeah. No, mom and dad both got it. Mom and dad both what? Got it. Okay. And Dad's got it through in the shoulder. He's already in the ambulance. So it's the 14-year-old? Yeah, the 14-year-old. Yeah. It's 40 years old. Do y'all not get crazy? Yeah, I heard crazy. Call the line. Now, where was the other guy? Who was that? The one that was just talking to? Yeah. That's it for me. What do you want, Nancy? She's 14, so she's not gonna have anything. But there's some screens. There's some screens in here. You see, this thing right here is doing some pictures. Short now.
Deputy Lewis, I heard a call out there. They said that they got her 17:35. Is that 5:35 p.m.?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And what?
They went through that entire house, I'm guessing, to secure and also to obtain any additional evidence as it relates to the crime. So they're making sure that they do their due diligence in speaking with him and also searching the home. I'm not really sure why, but my video keeps freezing.
Do you know about whether or not custody at that time?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What did they mean whenever they said that they took her into custody at 17:35?
They took her into custody at 5:35.
And do you know who that was that they were talking about?
Yes, sir. It was one of our interdiction units.
Okay. And who did they take into custody?
Carly Gregg.
Okay. And I think the video goes on a little bit longer, but I think your testimony was earlier that you stayed out there until the coroner showed up. Is that correct?
That is.
And what type of things were you doing until the coroner showed up?
The camera person is certainly panning the camera on Carly the entire time.
Okay. Court's indulgence. Two more brief questions, Deputy Lewis. I heard you use two, I guess in the police world, what they call 10 codes on there. And I think you said one was 10-2 and one was 10-7. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means?
10-2 means okay and 10-7 means deceased.
Okay. And who were you referring to as 10-2 in the video?
He's Smiley.
And who was 10-7?
The mother, Ashley Smiley.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you intend to use the video?
No, Your Honor.
All right. If you would, Mr. Levinson, if you would, he's not going to use that. Would you move that out of the way, please? Sir. You don't have to plug it necessarily. Yeah, you have it. Okay. Okay. Real quick. One moment, Mr. King.
Is her defense not going to ask any questions?
Thank you. Now, Hunter, you were the first person on the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
Mhm.
And I guess you had to knock on the door a few times in order to get heat to come to the door. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think when you answer, I guess when he comes to the door, you see him and he's talking on a cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
And at that time, he's actually talking to the 911 dispatcher, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then did you have him go out? I wasn't 100% sure when I was looking at the video. Did you have him come out, or did he come out and sit down?
Well, I asked him to come out.
Okay. And so when he comes out, you notice he's been injured at that point. Or did you? I think you asked him if he was injured, or you were able to ascertain
Yes, sir.
that he was injured, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you had him sit down. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that because you're looking out for his safety? And if somebody's been injured, you don't want them walking around and possibly fainting and doing things like that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you were having him get on or sit down try to calm down? Because at this point, you're trying to get some information from him about what happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed you ask him what happened. He's telling you that I guess somebody had shot him. Is that correct?
Said that again, sir.
You were asking what happened, and he said somebody had shot him. Is that correct?
I don't recall that, sir.
Okay. He didn't tell you somebody had shot him? Didn't you ask him what happened, and he said that his stepdaughter had shot him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think it took you a couple times because you had asked, what does your son look like? And it took you a couple that you had to think to realize that it's actually a stepdaughter, not a stepson. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is all on video, correct? I mean, we just saw the video. This is all on video.
Yes, sir.
That's what we would call a body cam, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you have certain policy and procedures with the body cam, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had said when you first got up on the stand, you were asked about why you wear a body cam or what it is. And you said any time that you have interaction with the public.
Yes, sir.
And it's for your safety, and it's also for the safety of the public, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have certain policies that say, as long as you're out there, you can't turn that body cam off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a Rankin County Sheriff Department policy, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's I guess if you're wearing a body cam, you are, I guess, and you're with the Sheriff Department, everybody follows the same procedures.
Yes, sir.
May I beg the court's indulgence? No further questions.
Where you at?
Deputy Lewis, Mr. Campbell just asking about body cams. Do you know whether investigators, in your personal knowledge, do you know whether investigators with the Rankin County Sheriff's Office wear body cams?
I don't know that, sir.
Okay. And the gentleman who showed up out there with the white shirt on, who was that?
Investigator Burnell.
Okay. Of course it does. Nothing right here.
Now, this is where the stand, be excused, but stay.
Yes, sir.
By the defense.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can stand down. I'll approach real quick.
Okay, so that was quick and easy. He has no further questions for this deputy. So now the state is going to call their next witness to the stand. They're going to go ahead and call the next witness. I guess the defense and the prosecution has approached briefly so that they can go ahead and figure out their
I'm gonna have
next.
the bailiff show you back, take a restroom break real quick, just so y'all know we do our best not to go past 5:30, okay? While you're back there, you'll need to go on ahead and start talking among yourselves about a very important topic, lunch tomorrow, okay? You have two options. And do not sleep on the first option, okay? The jail is serving pork chops tomorrow, okay? And I don't mind telling you, I'm gonna eat a pork chop tomorrow, okay? If you don't want the pork chop, we have a very limited menu available from Nukes, okay? I'm going to hand these to the bailiff when he takes you back there. Go on ahead and use the restroom, but we need to make a decision tonight about lunch tomorrow. Just for your knowledge, we're going to work through, okay? The lawyers are on their own for food, but the court will feed y'all, okay? So y'all going to have to start having that discussion among yourselves about tomorrow. Use this time for a restroom break. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
Okay, we're going to see if they have any items to discuss outside of the presence of the jury. I don't quite remember. I watched a little bit of this. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did watch some of it. So I'm trying to remember how things went. I can't really recall,
Mr.
to
Bowles,
be
let me know when they're
honest.
done with the restroom.
If I'm completely honest, I do not recall how this situation
All right, everyone else will be in.
or this break.
It's 4:20. We'll be in
goes.
recess till 4:30.
Okay, so they did go on recess.
Second, on there and get your next witness in on the front row.
So they take a recess here, and this case, I know her defense. Hold on one second, guys. My apologies. Uno momento. Please chat amongst yourself in the comments. Hey. Yeah. What's up? Huh? How's it going? It's going good. You know what, guys? I think I remember them coming back and the judge breaking for the day after lunch. Yeah, I think that's what happens. So what I'm gonna do, hold on, Rena. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and get the other video ready for us. So let me get that ready now. Of course, the Restream has taken away my icon, but you all know who you're talking to or who's actually talking. So we're not going to worry about that. Let's see here.
In this case, you're not to do any independent research.
I'm going to cue the next video. Get started. We're looking at day 2. I'm trying to pause it. Oh. Is it busy today, Rena? Oh, that's beautiful. What happened? That's a shocker, though. That's nice. Hey guys, I'm queuing it up to where they come into the court right now. Here we go.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the
Who?
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Let's see. Just yourself up to the microphone. You understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury? Yes, sir. All right. You may proceed.
If you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
My name's Heath Smiley.
And we've met before today, that's right?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would, these ladies and gentlemen don't know you, so if you would just kind of tell them a little bit about how old you are.
39 years old. I'm a physical therapy assistant, and I've been Carly's stepdad for it was almost, I guess, 3.5 years.
Tell me, excuse me, Heath, prior to March 19, 2024, who were you married to?
Ashley Smiley.
You
and
did
when
what?
did you and Ashley Smiley meet?
It was the spring of 2019.
And at some point, did you and Ashley Smiley end up marrying each other?
We did in June of 2020.
Okay. Well,
Where'd y'all get married?
what you looking at for? What he say you got to put? Oh, the bank will pay it for you to down.
Y'all like to take trips outside?
Yeah.
Let's just know that's your vehicle.
How old was Ashley Smiley?
All black, everything.
She was 40.
And where did Ashley work?
She was at Northwest Rankin.
He wants you to do what?
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen kind of what Ashley looked like?
She was very small, about 5'1", 5'2".
That's okay.
Blonde hair, blue eyes.
Yeah,
Super nice, real smart.
that's okay. Let them get their kickback, girl. Let them get their kickback.
Approach the witness room. I asked you to look at that. Can you
They
tell
want to
me,
know
what
about,
that
like,
is?
just tell them it's the same
It's a
field, his
picture
health
that we
care.
took. Guess we were up in the
That's
Smokies.
all. They just want to see
somewhere.
what you've been doing.
My,
Okay.
I'm not sure which one that one's from. Might have been last fall.
Just to
I don't
call to
know.
verify that you work there.
It's a photograph. And who's in that picture?
That's myself and my wife, Ashley.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd ask that be marked as the.
Don't matter if they
state
call them.
exhibit.
The only thing they're concerned about is that you actually work there.
That's seven all purposes.
Yeah. They have to verify all sources of income.
He doesn't know that it's tough. I can't imagine what you're going through. But can you tell us, is the picture of
They
Ashley
count it as
that,
income
is in
when
front
you're
of you?
dealing with
Is that
like
similar to the way she
cars and
looked,
houses.
the
They
last time
count
you
it
saw
as
her
income.
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm.
Tell me about, you told us that, a little bit about Ashley's personality. I think that,
Oh, really?
I don't think there'll be any dispute that she loved being a school teacher, right? Loved her kids at school.
Yes.
Right.
Tell me about how much did Ashley love Carly?
They loved each other so much.
Mhm.
She just
That's the way it
everything
works,
she did,
child.
she planned out for Carly and around Carly.
Before you and Ashley met, was she previously married?
She
Mhm.
had been, yes, ma'am.
And who was she married to?
That was Kevin Gregg.
And did Kevin and Ashley have any other children besides Carly?
She had a second child that passed several months or a year or so later from a genetic abnormality.
And her name was
If you
Natalie
do
Gregg.
that, then the finance company is
And
going to
she had
charge you
passed
for
before
the
you met
insurance.
Ashley, is that
Yes, years before.
right? What did you know
And then the finance
about
company,
the
look, what the
relationship,
finance company will do, the
between
insurance that they hold on that car
Ashley
doesn't
and
belong
her
to you. It's just for
ex-husband,
them.
Kevin Gregg?
Only some things that Ashley
What they'll
told
do
me
is they
here and
will
there.
insure your vehicle with insurance that only
Things
covers
didn't go
their
well, and
interest.
They ended up getting divorced.
And he, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have seen some body cam footage of the day that your wife was murdered and you were shot. And on that, you mentioned that y'all were having some trouble with Kevin Gregg. Can you explain to us what was going on around that time?
I think he
Right.
just liked trying to give Ashley trouble as much as he could through the legal system, any chance he could. I don't know exactly what all was going on, but she had acquired someone to try to get him back into court about possibly
Well, look,
changing up
let me
visitation
get back to my
stuff again.
live stream because I'm acting like I'm at a movie
Had Carly
theater
ever told
talking
you
during the
anything
movie.
about Kevin Gregg using drugs?
Yes.
Later.
So he was a known drug user.
Yes, ma'am.
My apologies, guys. Life be life, and
About you told us about how much you loved Carly and that Carly was basically her life. Tell us about yours and Carly's relationship before March 19, 2024.
We were always good. We laughed and played and messed around, loved video games, and took her to karate stuff until she kind of got tired of that. She started going to guitar practice weekly, so I was taking her to that every week. We got along great.
You liked being a stepdad?
Yes.
Sometimes with children comes discipline, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say, or how would you describe the type of parent that Ashley was to Carly?
She was, like I said, always thinking about Carly and just Carly's first no matter what. She would do anything in the world for her and would try to get the best for her every day.
Were there times that you and Ashley would have to punish Carly?
Of course.
Give us some examples of that, Heath.
She had troubles growing up with back and forth with the stepdad and everything, so she would always wanting to try to make friends at the house and around home. And Ashley was always trying to, keep an eye on her, make sure she was okay and knew where she was. And Ashley had to fuss at her a time or two about, I know you can't go here, you can't go there, it's too late, that kind of thing. But she never really, day to day, got in trouble, really.
I want to ask you, was there a time that a boy named Thad came over to y'all's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you recall about that day?
We were all sitting at the house and there was a knock at the door, and Ashley checked the doorbell camera and we didn't know who it was. Carly had talked to us about that and we knew who it was. We just didn't have a face to the name. And Carly saw who it was and didn't want to see him. So I went to the door and just said, I'm sorry, I told him he must have the wrong house, and came back in and shut the door.
Where were Ashley and Carly when you were at the front door with that?
They went around, I guess, into the hallway or maybe one of the bedrooms, I'm not sure.
At any point, did it appear that Ashley was physically holding Carly back from going to the front door?
No.
At any time after you told Carly told Thad that Carly didn't live there, did Carly act like she was upset with you?
No.
Did she act like she was upset with Ashley?
No.
Do you think that she would have been mad enough to have said, like, she almost murdered y'all because you wouldn't let Thad come in the house?
That's not the feeling I got from it at all.
I want to talk to you about back in 2021. Carly would have been in middle school. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Were they living in the house with you?
Yes,
Carly
ma'am.
and Ashley? Carly was in the 7th grade, I think, then?
Sounds right, yes.
Was there an incident where Carly got in trouble for bringing a knife to school?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about what you know about that.
All I know is we had ordered some stuff off Amazon, and since she loved doing all the arts and crafts and stuff in her room all the time, making stuff, I showed her a Swiss Army knife I had found on Amazon like I had when I was young, and she decided on a color of one she wanted, and I ordered it for her, and she used it all the time in her room. And then all of a sudden one day, I found out she had it at school in her pocket and somehow got in trouble with it. And I don't know what happened, but they said they couldn't tell us much more at the school about it. And that's about all I know on it.
Yeah, so the knife was in Carly's pocket, not in her book bag. Is that right?
I was understanding it was in her pocket from that morning when she was using it, but.
And then you didn't actually go to the school for any type of hearing in regards to that, right?
No.
That would have been something that Ashley handled.
If she went up there for that, I don't remember it. Like she might have, I don't know.
What did Carly tell you, or how many days did Carly tell y'all that she had actually brought the knife to school?
I thought it was just that day.
What was the result of her bringing the knife to school?
They have a zero tolerance policy on that and sent her to an alternative school until I think it was that Christmas break and let her come back.
So she had to spend time at the alternative school as a discipline.
Yes.
What, if anything, Heath, do you know about another time that Carly got in trouble at school for cheating?
That was, I can't remember if it was this past spring semester or when it was. Everything was kind of run together on exactly when. But at some point, she has always complained to us that kids constantly bug her for help with schoolwork because she can do all of it so easily and she can explain it to them better than most teachers. And she got so tired of them coming to her for stuff. Somebody just dared her or something. I'm not sure what. And apparently the teacher had a book or a computer or something open, and she took a picture with her phone of whatever was open up there.
Was it like the answers to a test or something like that?
Something like that. I'm not sure exactly what now, but yes.
And then she shared those answers with other kids?
I assume so, yes, ma'am.
Was this at the same school that Ashley taught at?
Yes.
How, from your observations, how did Ashley respond when that happened?
She was just upset that she had done that, and she, talked to her about, can't be cheating, can't be letting others talk you into things. Just going with the flow of kids is not a good idea usually. So.
Heath, were there other, we talked about Thad. Was there another boy that Carly was in some sort of dating relationship with that y'all knew about?
She had been dating Anthony. Honestly, forgot his last name right now.
That's okay, but you and Ashley knew about him.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been to y'all's house before?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any time that you or Ashley told Carly, hey, you need to end this relationship with him?
I didn't get into a lot of that. Ashley had talked with Carly about him and, some of the things that was going on, and they had supposedly ended it.
I believe you told, do you recall telling law enforcement that there were times that you and Ashley both would go through Carly's phone?
Yes, we tried to keep an eye on her.
Was there ever a time that you or Ashley took Carly's phone away from her?
So Ashley had the parental controls on her phone, and we got to where we weren't going to let her take it into her room when it was bedtime. Had to keep it on the kitchen counter, or we'd keep it in our bedroom sometimes. But she had her phone most of the time, so she could be able to call or text us if needed. She might have not let her take it to school some days. I can't remember exactly, but most of the time when she was out and about, she had the phone, even if Ashley locked down some parental controls for a little while.
Why was it that y'all didn't want Carly to have the phone in her room at night?
She was worried that she would stay on it and messing with it and not sleep.
Was there ever a time after y'all thought that Carly had broken up with her boyfriend that y'all learned that in fact she had not broken up with him?
So I actually worked at the school, and she told me she had still seen them, in the hall together, walking up and down the hall and things. And she talked to me about it and was like, she was okay with it and everything, as long as, it was okay and nothing harmful was coming of it for Carly.
Hey, do you recall a time that you and Ashley discovered that Carly had an iPod that she was using to communicate with people?
Yes, that was another thing that her dad had talked her into doing to get around communication. He was, I think, kind of paranoid about everything, and that actually might have been controlling Carly's communication with him, even though she always left those communication channels open, even when she locked down the phone.
Did it appear to y'all that she was in fact talking to her dad on the iPod?
I don't think so.
Who was she communicating with?
I'm not sure if she was communicating with kids so much as she was on.
Is it me, or does the stepdad, seem like he's heavily medicated?
Like TikTok and some of that kind of stuff.
And y'all had asked her not to be on those accounts?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was, Heath? Around what time of year?
I don't remember that.
Was there ever
Hey,
a
Libby
time
Lou.
that you and Ashley learned that Carly had been cutting her thighs with a knife?
Yes, and I was trying to think of a time frame on that, but it was, I don't know when, several months back, maybe a year.
And Heath, do you know anything about Carly taking any sleeping pills?
Nothing other than she used to sleep like a rock, and Ashley always had sleeping trouble, and she would take a melatonin at night, and there was a week or so she had a bad cold, and she was taking some NyQuil. I think she said that helped out some too. So
around the time that y'all found the iPod and Carly was cutting her thighs, is that about the same time that Ashley took her for therapy for anxiety and stress?
Within, I don't know, I think that was maybe a couple months, maybe before, seems like.
Is that your understanding, though? That's what you told law enforcement of why Carly was in therapy, was anxiety and stress?
Yes, ma'am, or something like that. I think she was kind of depressed some days.
And I think you told them that there were times that you would go maybe to the therapist's office with her, but you weren't actually sitting in any of those appointments, were you?
No, ma'am. I went up there with them a couple of times, but it was kind of a little waiting room outside.
And you don't have any personal knowledge about any medication that was prescribed, do you?
Not until after this. I know she'd been on one and they changed her up to something else.
You don't have any knowledge on whether or not Carly was actually taking that medicine, do you?
She had been taking one a day, I think, until they wanted to swap her up to a different one. So I'm not sure on the time frames on that. I'm sure it's in the record somewhere.
Yeah, and I've been prescribed medicine before, and sometimes I take it, sometimes I don't. Did you actually physically see Carly taking her medication?
Ashley would have her go get it and make sure she was taking the whatever it was, one a day or whatever. She kept an eye on that.
Do you know if on March the 19th, 2024, did you see Carly take any medicine?
The 19th?
Yeah, March the 19th of 2024.
No, ma'am, not that afternoon.
The morning.
No, I don't know about that morning. She usually would take it in the evening when she ate.
Okay.
I think.
Sorry, that was a bad question. So Carly would actually take her medicine in the afternoon.
I think so.
Okay. When's the last time that you saw your wife alive, Pete?
That was the morning of the 19th.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of how that morning went?
Everything seemed just as normal as ever. She got up and went to work just like always. She would fix tea or something in the morning and get in the car and take off. Nothing seemed unusual at all.
Did you also see Carly that morning?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what, if anything, you noticed about Carly that morning?
Didn't notice anything different.
How would Ashley get to work every morning?
She'd drive her and Carly down to the school.
And then how would they both drive back together from school to the house?
Yes.
Did they usually leave, or on March the 19th, did they leave before you or after you that morning?
Usually a couple minutes before.
What about, not on the 19th, but on a regular day, would they get home before or after you got home from work?
They were always home before me unless something happened at my work and I was able to get out a minute early, which was very rare.
What time would they usually get home from school?
Sure on that. I don't know, I guess school was out maybe 3:15, I don't know. And it's whatever traffic allows, 15 minutes or something up the road maybe.
Typically, what time do you get home from work?
It varies. Usually I get out of work about 4:30 and sometimes I hit that evening traffic and it's 20 minutes or so before I make it 3 or 4 miles to the house.
And where is your house?
Right off of Bullfan out in Farmington Station.
That's in here in Rankin County?
Yes, ma'am, out towards the reservoir.
And the distance from where you work to where you live is probably only about 5 miles, right?
Yeah, it's not far. It's just morning and evening traffic takes a little while.
Do you know if Ashley and Carly were at school all day on March the 19th?
As far as I know.
I want to ask you, Heath, were there times that you and Ashley would text each other on your cell phone?
Yes.
Do you recall talking to Ashley on March the 19th?
I don't recall other than that evening I got a text saying she was going to go to the grocery store.
Permission to break to intro. Keep that handed back to you. If you don't mind, if you'll look through those messages, please. Do those, and admittedly, these are not all of the messages between you and Ashley Smiley forever, are they?
Right.
Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the messages starting at 4:30 that day when she's talking to you about going to Kroger?
It seems to be.
And are we to ask that these messages be marked as the state's next exhibit?
Any objection?
No objection.
It does say. It starts at, I think it says 3:20.
I think he correct. Yeah, I apologize, Heath, you're right. The first message I was looking at was actually from the day before. I'm sorry, on 3/18. So on the bottom of that page, your page 2 of that exhibit, what does Ashley say to you? She says, I need to go to Kroger, thinking about going on the way home. Do you want anything?
Yes.
Did that appear to be a normal message that you...
If you're just getting in here, we're going over day 2 of Carly Gray's trial, in which she is charged with unaliving her mother with a pium.
Ashley would have with each other?
Yes.
I think then you go on to tell her a couple things that you want. If you'll read for the ladies and gentlemen, kind of just a grocery list, right?
Yeah, just Mountain Dew, some soft serve ice cream, couple of kinds of bread that I eat, and random chips, just some junk food stuff.
And again, typical message between you and Ashley.
Yes.
And then at some point, does she respond back to you?
Yes, she replied back later, says, gonna go later.
Still sounds like something Ashley would text you.
Yes.
Tell us about what that next message is that you got from Ashley's phone. He
Said, you almost home, honey.
Does that sound like something Ashley would typically say to you?
Typically, but it wouldn't have been totally out of the realm. I think she would have phrased it slightly different, but I don't know.
What time was that text message sent to you?
That says 4:14.
Do you recall telling law enforcement that you thought that Carly actually sent you that text instead of Ashley?
I was wondering about that one at the time. Yes.
And then what did you respond to that message?
Said, no, I'll be here for a little bit yet and at work.
And then you can't see it on this, but I think maybe Carly or whoever had her Ashley's phone sent you a thumbs up.
Sounds correct. Yes, it's not on there.
So, let me ask you, what made you think that that was Carly that sent that message and not Ashley?
I don't know, just something with the phrasing of it, maybe. I'm not sure.
I want to walk you through, prior to March the 19th, 2024, did y'all have any type of surveillance cameras at your house?
Yes, we had a couple things around. The Ring doorbell, well, I'm sorry, it's not a Ring, it was a Wise brand doorbell. Actually had gotten to see if packages and stuff were being delivered during the day.
Were there other cameras either in the garage or inside the home?
Yes. 1 second.
Take your time.
We had one camera in the kitchen that I had actually gotten years before. I was going to actually put it at my mom's house so she could see what her dog was doing when she went outside. But the internet out there in the country is so slow it wouldn't run. So I had set it up at my house, I guess, well before I had even met Ashley. And it had just been sitting around.
And that was a Wise brand camera also?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if that camera had any kind of like a SD card in it?
Ashley had put an SD card in it at some point, yes.
And I'm not super techie, but an SD card is just kind of something like you put in a regular camera to hold pictures or hold videos. Is that right?
Yes.
Was there any way to tell what time a video popped up from that camera?
That camera was older and had some issues working with the newer software. I'm not sure on that. Ashley had been trying to work with it some, but.
I know I have a security system at my house, and there are times that mine's motion activated and that it'll ding on my phone and I can watch kind of who's outside my house. Did you have that ability?
No.
What about on the inside camera?
Well, the doorbell camera would ding if somebody walked up, like UPS dropping a package off or something, but the inside camera, she never could make it do anything like that. If it had that capability, it wasn't on or working.
So you weren't able to actually watch the inside from an app or anything like that?
I think you could pull up like a live stream on it, but it wasn't like dinging your phone every time the dogs moved in the house or anything like that.
Which is probably a good thing, right?
Right.
So I want to ask Keith, have you ever viewed the footage from the inside cameras from March the 19th of 2024 at your house?
No.
You said that there was also a camera in the garage area?
Yes. Ashley had set that one up maybe a week or something before.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of how that camera was activated?
So she actually got that not to use as a camera. She wanted to be able to remotely open and close the garage door and make sure she had remembered to put it down when she left and that kind of thing. And Wise had a camera that she set in your garage that would watch the door. It knew, to open or close it when you wanted to, and you had a camera as well. So she mounted it on the garage door opener itself.
And that camera, did it also record video and audio?
Yes.
The way that those clips work, how long is each clip on one of those videos?
I would have to go back and look at the time on that. I'm not certain.
Do you have any reason to disagree with the fact that it's like a minute clip at a time?
Perhaps.
Is there any way, other than deleting videos on those computer systems, are you aware of any way that somebody could go in and physically edit a video from that?
Not that I know of.
And Heath, at some point, and I want to talk a little bit about it later, but at some point, did you actually watch some video from the garage camera from March the 19th?
Yes, the Rankin County officers had been all out in the garage looking through stuff, and I just assumed that they had gotten it in the cord and everything. And a couple of days after, I guess it was the 21st, somewhere in there, I realized that the cord was still in, the SD card was still in the camera in the garage, and I was kind of looking at some of the footage that it might have caught.
Can you tell me, I believe there were 4 videos that may be relevant to March of 19th.
That sounds right, yes ma'am.
2 videos of Ashley and Carly coming home, is that right?
I think so.
And then the video camera captures you pulling into the driveway and walking into the home.
Yes.
And then you've seen the last video, and you can't see the shooting, but you can actually hear when you walk into the house the first gunshot.
Yes, the newer cameras have the ability to start recording when they heard a noise, or I think I've even read where some of them are smart enough to hear the sound of if somebody breaks through a window or something like that, they'll start recording for home security reasons.
So you've actually listened back and watched that particular video?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about, tell the ladies and gentlemen, Heath, and I know it's probably difficult, you can take as much time as you need. Tell the ladies and gentlemen exactly what you remember about when you came home on March the 19th, 2024.
Everything seemed pretty normal, and I came on in, and when I opened the door to the kitchen there, gun went off in my face before the door was, 3 or 4 inches wide open. And everything kind of went pretty fast from there. It was a blur. So.
I want to take you back just a step. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, saw a bit of a video from inside your house, but just so we're clear, when you say you were coming into the kitchen, I believe you pull into the garage and there's a door that leads from the garage into the home.
Yes.
And then there's a little laundry room area.
Yes.
And then there's another door kind of beside your refrigerator that leads from the laundry room into the kitchen area.
Yes.
Were you coming in the first door or the second door when the gun went off?
The second door from the laundry room to the kitchen.
And do you remember, is there anything you do every day when you come in the house?
Usually stop and take my shoes off there and come on in and change clothes.
Do you remember if you took your shoes off on March the 19th?
I think I did, yeah.
Was it unusual for that second door to be closed in your house?
Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. We would shut that door a lot of times, trying to keep the sound of the washer and dryer down, or trying to keep one of the dogs out of the garbage can that we had in there.
I have to do something similar. Y'all have two large dogs, right?
2 golden retrievers.
And so on that day, the second door was what was closed.
Yes.
I believe you said that you didn't get it open probably 3 or 5 inches before it went off. What did you remember seeing, Heath?
Just gun flash in my face, and then it went off 2 more times, but my hand was on the gun after the first shot, and I twisted it from her.
Who was pointing that gun at you?
It was Carly.
Who pulled the trigger when you opened the door?
The first one I know was Carly. After that, my hand was on the gun too, and I know I had a scratch on my thumb and all. I very well could have hit it. I know that third time.
How close, Heath, was that gun to your face when that went off?
Maybe a foot.
Did you ever get struck by a bullet?
Yes, one of them kind of grazed right through this muscle up here.
Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, what did that feel like?
I know this sounds weird, but I honestly have never felt it to this day.
When the gun went off in your face, tell ladies and gentlemen, I mean, was your body in a state of shock?
Not at that moment. I was trying to figure out what was going on.
Did you see anybody inside your home other than Carly?
No.
Walk us through. You said that you were able to at some point get the gun from her. Tell us, Heath, what is it that you remember after that?
She was screaming out of her mind, scared. It was like she had seen a demon or something. She was terrified. And my first thought was there was an intruder somewhere, and she thought she was after somebody else.
And to be clear, Carly never told you that she thought somebody else was in the house, right?
No, that's the feeling that I got. She was terrified out of her mind.
And at that time, you did not yet know that your wife was dead, right?
No, not at that time.
So Carly's scared. She's screaming when she shoots at you. How many shots went off from that gun?
At that time, there was 3.
What type of gun was it that you took from Carly?
It was my Taurus revolver.
And what type of what caliber weapon is that?
So the gun is a .357 Magnum, but I think it had the 38 special rounds in it. If the gun is a .357, it can also shoot 38s. A little bit lighter recoil.
And what color was that gun?
It's just the gun matte silver.
Prior to taking it out of Carly's hand, where was the last time you saw that gun?
I actually kept it on her side of the bed. So it had been there for probably a couple of years.
When you say on her side of the bed, was it on a nightstand or was it somewhere else?
I think she kept it. We had little cubbies underneath the edge of the bed. The mattress is sitting up on. I think it was sitting up under there.
Between the mattress and the cubbies?
I think she just had it in a cubby under there.
Was the gun just loose or was it in some sort of holster the last time you saw it?
I do not recall that. It was a while back. It had been sitting for a long time.
Did you have other guns in the house on that day?
Yes, I had an old shotgun that I've had for years that's unloaded in the closet, and I had an AR that I had gotten. It was also unloaded in the closet.
Were there some other guns maybe in a safe too, somewhere?
There was a Glock in the safe. There was a BB gun probably in the house somewhere too. I don't know.
Do you know if Carly knew the location of any of those guns?
She probably knew about the two in the closet, but like I said, they were unloaded, and the last time I had tried to talk her into shooting, she was too little to even hold them up. They're heavy, big.
And you had several guns in your house. Did you and Ashley ever go shoot guns?
Yes, we did.
That was something y'all enjoyed doing together?
Yes.
When you took the gun out of Carly's hand, what did you do with the gun?
I was holding on to it, and like I said, I, at that time, thought there might be someone else in the house, like an intruder or something. So I immediately started checking the house and looking for Ashley.
Did you attempt to call Ashley also?
I did.
I want to take just a step back, Heath. You get the gun from Carly. You said that she was screaming. What did she do next?
She fell back into the kitchen island, just kind of straight back onto her butt, and was screaming, jumped up, ran out the back door, and I'm still pretty quick and agile, but I knew I couldn't catch her. She was moving so fast. She ran out the back and took off, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to catch her, so I turned around, stepped back in, and I locked the back door behind me.
Do you know why you locked the back door?
Because I was thinking there might be someone else out and about and around, in or out of the house. So I went to checking the house.
Do you remember telling anybody that you were in such shock that you didn't even try to shoot Carly back or anything like that?
No, it was very evident to me immediately that something was very, very off with Carly. The way she was screaming, the way she looked. She was moving so fast.
So, Heath, you said Carly is at this point, she's out of the house, she's run off. You never actually saw someone, other than Carly at the house, right?
No.
So you've locked the back door, you're going through the house, you have this firearm still in your hand. At any point, did you open up the firearm?
I opened the cylinder on it to check to see how many had been used or was left in it. I closed it back up and started checking the house.
When you opened it back up, how many live rounds did it appear were left in the gun?
Yes.
Rounds does that .357 Magnum revolver hold?
It's a 7-shot.
So you knew that she'd fired, at that point you knew she'd fired 3 at or in your direction.
Yes.
You did not know what the other 3 had been used for?
Correct.
The last time you saw that gun, were all 7 rounds live?
As far as I know, I guess the last time it had been used was a couple years before, or sometime when Ashley had shot at some, and I assume she had reloaded it.
So you're walking through the house. You have this gun, afraid that maybe there's somebody else in the house. You said, I believe that you tried to call Ashley.
Yes.
Did she answer?
No.
Did you find her phone?
Found her phone. It was on a counter in our living room.
Was there a second phone beside it?
Yes.
Did you recognize the other phone?
I didn't really stop to look.
So you realize that Ashley's phone is there. Walk us through what happened next here.
Checked our bedroom, bathroom, closet, at the side of the bed, under the desk in there, and turned and started going towards the other end of the house. And I glanced in our spare little third bedroom, and then turned and went into Carly's room. And that's where I found Ashley.
When you found Ashley, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you saw?
She was laying on her back and had her hands kind of across her, and a towel over her face.
Do you remember what color the towel was?
I do not.
When you saw her laying there, what's the very next thing that you did?
Checked her pulse, see, and kind of moved the towel, and then called 911.
And Heath, when you moved to the towel, what did you see?
I knew she had been shot. There was blood around, but I don't really recall exactly where. Somewhere in the right side of her face there.
You said you called 911.
Yes.
What did you tell the 911 operator had happened?
I tried to immediately tell him we needed the police out, that my wife had been killed and I had been shot.
Do you remember telling them who had shot you?
I assume I said Carly on there, but I don't remember exact details.
Do you recall telling the 911 operator that, oh my God, she's killed her mother too?
I don't recall saying that, but it's very possible, I guess.
At that point, Heath, did you think that Carly was the one that had killed her mother?
I didn't know what was going on at that point. I kind of went into shock there.
At some point, and again, the ladies and gentlemen, Heath, have seen some of the body cam footage from that day, but at some point, someone from the sheriff's department does come to your house.
Yes.
Walk us through what you remember happening once he gets there.
I don't know much there other than I got out the front door and just laid down on the front porch.
And it's pretty safe to say that you were still in a state of shock.
Yes.
At some point, were you loaded up by the paramedics?
Yes.
And where did they take you?
Took me to Baptist Hospital ER.
And what was the reason for taking you to Baptist Hospital?
They wanted to get me checked out and make sure everything was okay. They knew it wasn't real bad or anything, so they just kind of be cautious.
But you had in fact suffered a gunshot wound.
Yes, they got me down to the ER and they put a piece of gauze, taped some gauze on it, and sent me back home.
And it went through your kind of right, like trap muscle area. How far? I mean, not to pick on you, you don't look like a very large man. He's pretty average size. I mean, would you agree with me that where your trap muscle is and your head are about 6 inches apart?
I guess, yes.
So that shot was pretty close to your head.
It was close, yes.
The gunshot actually, thank goodness, went kind of through and through, right?
Yes.
So you didn't require any surgery to remove the projectiles.
No.
In fact, Heath, I think you were actually, I think you were actually released to go home that evening.
Yes, like I said, they taped a piece of gauze on me, and I don't remember them doing a whole lot else.
And the night was probably pretty hectic as far as telling people what happened and what was going on. At any point, Did you ever tell anyone that it was someone other than Carly Gregg that had shot you or Ashley?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
And to this day, you've not told anyone that you think that the person that shot you or shot Ashley was somebody other than Carly, have you?
No.
We talked a little bit about law enforcement being at the house that night. At some point, they kind of released the scene back over to you, right?
Yes, I think when I turned back from the ER, they had finished up, cleared out, and there was a guy had me sign a paper and went on back in.
Kind of saying the things that they'd taken from the home that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Heath, I mean, you go back home and they've taken some things out, but of course there's still, I mean, clear evidence that a murder had happened there, right?
Yes.
At some point, do you notify law enforcement about the garage camera?
Yes. I think it was Friday morning. I was looking through that SD card to see if it had caught anything. And of course, the cops were looking all around, everywhere in the garage for various things, and had apparently not seen the camera. And they found the 4 videos that you referenced, and I called and told them I had found something else and needed to come pick it up or whatever. And they had still, at that time, not returned my driver's license to me. So they decided to bring that out.
And at some point, they did actually get those videos from you.
Yes.
And to be clear, there was some confusion about an Apple computer and copying
Yes,
versus cutting.
I had moved those 4 videos over to my computer. I was just going to let them have the card with everything on it. And when I moved them over, it pulled them off the card onto the computer rather than like a copy and paste and making a copy onto mine. So the officers came back in and were talking to me about tampering with evidence and possible charges of messing with evidence, even though I called them out there to come get the card.
And to be clear, I don't think they ever told you they were going to charge you with tampering. They just explained that they didn't want it to look like somebody might have done that, correct?
No, he said we're trying to avoid having to charge you with tampering with evidence.
Okay. At that point, you're still pretty much in a state of shock, right?
Yes, there was 4 or 5 of them in my bedroom.
And in fact, if that was said to you, that would certainly not be indicative of what you would want to, how you would want to be treated, right?
I didn't know. I was just trying to be helpful at that point and figure out what had happened or why.
And I believe even on that day and after that, you did still continue to assist law enforcement in the investigation, right?
Yes.
At some point, you decided that you no longer wanted to communicate with the state or law enforcement, right?
Yes. After a few things that had happened, I went and got a lawyer.
Let's see. You talked about you told us about the garage camera and the incident, and to be clear, this was just an honest mistake, and I think that was relayed even by the officer and you, that this was, instead of copying and pasting something, you accidentally cut and pasted something.
Yeah, I mean, that's a new laptop that was sitting there. I was guided rather than on Windows computer this time to try it out. And when I realized that mistake, I said, you can take the whole computer, just whatever, and I had it sitting there open, so he just moved it over, got on the computer and moved it over himself, one of them.
At that time, no one had been able to find the camera from the kitchen. Is that right?
Correct.
Where all, if you would tell ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we knew the camera was missing. Where all did you look for that camera?
Everywhere I could possibly think of. I looked high and low through the whole house. I mean, I wasn't looking just for the physical camera. I mean, it's a little shorter than that water bottle probably. But I was looking through small stuff even for the SD cards, like they're the size of your thumb, postage stamp size maybe. And I was looking in shoes and boots and clothes drawers and pockets of clothes. I looked through every tiny little shred of garbage before I let any garbage go out of the house. I don't know, I guess it was that Friday garbage comes through. Everywhere I could look for, and I continued to look for it for a long time.
And law enforcement had been at your house and also had searched kind of high and low in the home looking for that too, right?
After I got them to actually, look for it the second time around, they didn't seem to be too interested in finding it at first.
Are you aware that they also went and searched outside, looking everywhere between your home and where Carly was found?
I know they looked in the backyard, and one of them was kind of looking over the fence just to see if anything had been thrown anywhere.
At some point, was that camera found?
Yes, I later found it. As a lot of y'all know, when something happens, everybody always brings tons of food over. And the refrigerator had gotten just packed full of stuff. And we were slowly trying to clean that stuff out and get rid of it over time. And I found the camera back. It was actually back behind some water bottles, about like that, in the back of the fridge.
Was that the same day, Heath, that law enforcement had been looking for the camera at the house?
Yes, that's the third time they came out to search the house and the yard and all around. They searched and didn't find anything.
Who was there when you, who found the camera?
I did.
Who was there when you found it, Heath?
My mom was there, and like I said, law enforcement had just left a few minutes before.
And based off your prior conversation with them, you wanted to make sure that they were in fact the ones that came and got it, that you didn't mess with it, right?
Correct.
And so what did you do to let them know that you had found the camera?
I called back the number that I had for Mr. Zach Cotton, and I don't know, I guess that goes to a front desk, and they had to patch me through somehow, or he'd call me back or something, I don't remember.
And what's your understanding of who Zach Cotton is?
He had given me his card to contact him. I'm just assuming he was like the main investigator.
And I want to take you back a step, and we'll come back to the camera Heath. I mean, you had actually come in to the sheriff's department and given an interview with Investigator Cotton, right?
Yes.
And that was before this had happened.
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And that's when you told him that Carly was in therapy for stress and anxiety?
Yes.
Do you know how long that camera had been in the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Did you put that camera in the refrigerator?
No.
Based off what you know, how do you think that camera got put in the refrigerator?
I'm assuming that,
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
yeah.
I'll rephrase the question. When's the last time you saw that camera plugged in at your house?
I guess previous day. It might not have noticed if it had been gone then, but I'm assuming it was there the previous day.
And when you got home on March the 19th, 2024, was that camera still attached in the kitchen?
No.
And who was the only person besides your deceased wife that had been in your home that afternoon?
Well,
that you knew of?
At that time, Carly, but we since found out there was another person in there.
And do you, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that that person moved anything in your house, right?
I don't know if anybody knows.
Sure.
I don't know.
Has she been over to your house before, the other girl?
Carly had a couple friends over a time or two, and I do believe she had been there once before, yes.
Did she have any like direct interaction with you when she was there?
No, I was laying on the couch when a bunch of them came through and said, hey, and they were in Carly's room or messing around in the backyard some of the time.
When you left for work on March 19th, 2024, did you ever see that morning or the night before, had you seen any empty vape pen boxes?
No.
If they had been sitting, if they were found at the desk in your bedroom, would you have seen those before you left for work?
I would believe so.
Do you know anything about Carly using drugs, Heath?
I had no idea of it until the events of until the second police search.
And what are you referencing when you talk about the second search?
When they came back, I guess it was Friday, so after the murder had taken place, and they came out with a couple of things out of Carly's room that we had no clue of. So I don't know anything about it. It was new to me.
When you told law enforcement that you'd found the camera in the refrigerator, at that point, did you give them consent to kind of see what was on that camera?
Yes. He had me sign something as he was taking it, so I assume that was consent.
You know, I want to take you back to the interview that you gave with Investigator Cotton, and you probably don't remember the contents of all that, right? It was,
Not at this time. I think we were in there for a while and covered a lot.
do you remember talking to him about what might have been stressing Carly out at the time?
I don't remember that conversation, no.
Do you remember him asking you, kind of midway toward the end of the conversation about if there was anything else that you knew about Carly or about what was going on that might be helpful to their investigation?
Again, I don't remember at this point what was said there. I know y'all probably got a record of it, but I don't recall.
And that's okay. When traumatic things happen, our bodies respond in certainly different ways. And I don't think anyone in this room wants to experience what you've experienced. And so I don't expect you to remember everything. You had a lot of questions on that day, right, about what happened?
Yeah.
Keith, at some point, there was a no contact order put in place between you and Carly.
Yes.
Did you ask the court to lift that?
Yes.
And since that time, you've had contact with her?
Yes.
At any time during your communication with Carly, has she told you that she was not the person that killed her mother?
No. We have not had any kind of conversation, anything like that. Nothing to do with the case or the trial.
Do you see Carly in the courtroom, Heath?
Yes.
If you could you point her out?
Right there.
And could you tell me where at that table that you pointed at that she's sitting?
She's in between Mr. Camp and Miss Todd in black.
And is that the same person that shot you with that .357 Magnum on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes.
May the record reflect the defendant's identified that the witness has identified the defendant. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you, Heath.
The state has finished their questioning,
Yes.
their
May
cross-examination.
the record reflect the defendant's identified that the witness has identified the defendant. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you, Heath.
Okay. So now we're going to get ready to see if the defense, I'm sure the defense is going to get in here. Hey, Crystal Mods, I'm sure the defense is going to get in here and they're going to, speak to him. Hey, Rissa, how are you?
It's 10:30.
What kind of, I know, my God.
Mid-afternoon break. If y'all would, go ahead. I'm going to have you step to the back.
They're going to
the
take a
jury
break.
room, use the restroom, get any coffee, get any water that you need.
Okay.
When we
I
get
do
back,
not
we'll
like
go
when they
till
take breaks,
lunchtime,
y'all,
right? Everyone remain
because
seated while the jury exits.
when they take breaks, I have to try to re-queue up the doggone video. But how y'all doing today? And Rissa, I don't know what possessed this very young, 14 at the time, year-old child to pick up a pium and unalive her mom. It's just, I don't know. I mean, it's a lot. It's quite a bit. And I don't know how, I'm sure the stepfather, he seems to be heavily medicated right now. Because can you imagine, he lost his wife as well as his stepdaughter on that very day. And now she is actually being tried as an adult. This case is out of Mississippi, guys. And it's just, it's horrific. It's a tragedy. Let's see. I'm going to try to get through this break. Okay, there we go. Let me see. Okay, so I think, here we go. Queuing this up. Give me a second, guys. Replay gang, what are your thoughts on this? There's been quite a few preteen, teenagers in recent months. Well, actually, recent years, I should say. In the recent years, there have been quite a few teenagers who have taken a weapon and unalived one of their family members. A parent, I know there was a case out of Tennessee with a 12-year-old unaliving I think it's 6 or 7, a 6 or 5-year-old. They were staying the night at their grandmother's house, and video surveillance showed the 12-year-old smothering the younger child with a pillow. Yeah, with a pillow. That case is also quite unfortunate because I don't understand where these children are getting these ideas from. Could it be the video games? Could it be social media? Where are they getting these wild ideas from? They're making all of these permanent decisions in a matter of a whim. Now, her defense attorneys are arguing that she was not in her right mind. You heard it in their open statement. So their argument is definitely going to be that she was not well and or capable to make appropriate decisions at the time of this unaliving. Let's see, I'm trying to, there we go. I want to skip a little bit so that I can get to it. There we go. I think we're right there. Come on. All right, there we go. I'm going to pause it till when she sits down. And the camera is definitely paying close attention to her. They're paying close attention to her, the camera. It's crazy. So now the defense is going to cross-examine the stepdad. This should be interesting. Because according to the reports, the stepdad is in support of his stepdaughter, Carly, and feels that she was not in her right mind on the day of the alleged crime.
Cross-examination by the defense.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Smiley, we heard a lot of testimony on your direct with prosecutor regarding the garage videos and what was on the garage videos, and you transferring the garage videos to a flash drive for the police. Did you have an opportunity before you were transferring them over to view those garage videos?
Yes, the 4 from that afternoon I had seen, yes.
And we talked a lot about them on direct, but we're going to go ahead and play those for the jury so that everybody.
Let's practice real quick.
Okay, I guess they must have paused the audio for both parties to either approach. Yeah, counsel's approaching the bench, guys. Counsel is approaching the bench. I don't know if it was the particular question that the defense attorney asked that was out of bounds.
This exhibit will be marked as S.
Oh, okay, they were arguing an exhibit.
And admitted for all purposes. Does anybody have the CD sleeve?
I gave it to okay, it's over here.
This is what we'll do. We'll mark the sleeve. And then Mr. Levingston, as soon as they're finished, we'll get the DVD out. It's in there. Okay. You may proceed. Does the defense wish to publish this?
Yes, Your Honor.
She sure is doing a lot of crying now. At least she's showing signs of remorse. And she's not sitting there stoically. You know, because if she was sitting there with a stoic look on her face and not having any emotion to this testimony, there would be a definite problem. Then I would say, whoa, there is something really off with this young girl. But she's showing emotional, you know, her emotions are overwhelming her because she has to relive this day in court. Not really sure what the purpose of this video is, but they want to show it. Hold on, the garage. This is my computer's freezing, guys. Why is it doing that? There we go. Oh, it's showing them coming home. That's what it's about. It's showing them coming home. Yeah. All of their in-home cameras cut out and show that little white cover, I guess, for lack of a better term. I can't think of one. But it shows that little light cover, and then it starts back up again. So you'll see this not only in this security camera, but also in this security camera from their kitchen. Yep. This is showing them coming home. Right? That's her mom. Or is that Carly? Looks like her mom and Carly coming home. I don't understand why they want to show this video. I mean, they're still showing this video. There must be some other events that occur during this video surveillance they want the jury to see, because I don't see anything of value, of evidentiary value. Oh. Oh, it's showing, I think that's Carly running. That's got to be her and her friend running. It shows her and her friend fleeing the scene. I guess this is that must have been the husband, because I can't really see it that well, y'all. Wow. So the family had cameras. You see them running? You can see them running. You see them running, guys? That's Carly and her friend running from the scene of the crime. Remember in the report, they said that when she pumed the stepdad, her and her friend ran out of the back door and ran down ran away from the house. I'm not sure why they were running, but it probably scared her that she shot him and he didn't go down. He did not go down. So she was probably like, oh, snap, what's next? She probably didn't have any. I don't think this was premeditated, honestly. I think something happened. I don't think it was, mental. I don't know if it was mental health. I'm not saying that. But I definitely believe that something happened that day.
Mr. Smiley, is that a true and accurate representation of what you recall once you got home that afternoon?
Yes.
So that was him getting
How
home.
was that screaming that we heard on the video?
That was Carly screaming, and you heard me holler, "What's the matter?"
And what about seeing Carly made you ask her what was wrong?
I could immediately tell that something was bad wrong with Carly. Just the screaming, her eyes were just huge. She looked like she was terrified.
Have you ever heard Carly scream like that before?
No.
Have you ever seen Carly look as terrified as she did on March 19th before?
No.
Would Carly have any reason to run from you?
No.
Mr. Smiley, can you describe the full floor plan at your house?
I guess it's what you call a split. It's got kind of on the north end, it's a master bedroom, bath, and closet. Living room and kitchen kind of in the middle, and then on the other end there's two smaller bedrooms that share a bathroom in between the two.
And where was Carly's bedroom?
It was on the southeast end of the house.
And you mentioned that there was where Carly's bedroom was, there was also a bathroom and another room.
Yes.
What did you use that other bedroom for?
A lot of just journal storage stuff, and had some weights, and there's a little treadmill in there.
Kind of what we call like a junk room.
Yeah, a lot of junk in the closet on a shelf and laying around.
And is there a hallway that separates the kitchen and the living room from that side of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And where was the indoor camera located?
It was in the corner of the kitchen / dining room open area.
And is the kitchen, living room area of your house, is that open?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this. How would you describe your and Ashley's marriage?
We got along great. I don't guess we ever really had anything we just disagreed on or anything.
And we're still in your honeymoon phase? And just for the record, you can't nod. You have to answer yes or no for the
yes,
court reporter.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And what, if anything, had Carly told you about her biological dad, Kevin Gregg, doing drugs?
Everyone that I can think of, it sounds like he has either tried or does regularly.
And what did Carly tell you about her biological dad doing drugs in her presence?
He was constantly doing drugs in front of her, blowing smoke in her face. Turns out that he sat her down and made her drink an entire beer when she was 12.
And what, if anything, had Carly told you about her dad offering her drugs during her visitation periods?
Not sure on that, but I think she said they were laying around all over the place throughout his house, and I think he had tried to get her to do some various things at one point or another.
And would you say that Carly was scared of her dad?
Yes. She time to go up there, and she was not herself for a day or two after coming back.
And would you say that Carly's mom was scared of her dad?
Yes. Anytime they spoke of him, it was like deer in the headlights. They would freeze up and be shaking sometimes if they were talking about him.
And how would you describe Carly's relationship with her mom during the time that you came into her life in spring of 2019 to March 19th of 2024?
They got along great, loved doing things together. They liked a lot of the same movies, and they'd go shopping together, and they stayed together quite a bit.
Pretty tight bond.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Ashley was protective of Carly because she'd lost a child already?
Yes, she wanted the best for Carly, watched over her all the time. Yes.
And is it fair to say because Ashley was protective of Carly that she was a little on the stricter side with things like social media?
She was. Yeah, she, would read all the bad things that happened in the news on all that, and she didn't care for any of it. And I think TikTok's probably one of the ones that she didn't care for.
And TikTok was what Carly had put on the iPod, the old iPod.
Yes, just watching the usual stupid videos.
Yeah, and we've heard the phrase burner phone a few times, but when we're hearing burner phone, are we talking about the old iPod?
Yes.
Okay, so the burner phone is the old iPod she had that she somehow downloaded social media apps to.
Yes.
Okay, and Carly was in 10th grade at the time that you guys found the iPod
Yes.
with the social media apps.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Would you say that most 10th graders want to be on social media?
Calls for speculation.
Were there any other social media apps Carly had on the iPad?
I can't remember at this time. Ashley had taken care of all that. She was way more tech savvy with that stuff than I am.
Had you and Ashley already found the old iPod?
Yes, we had. She had found it and figured out what was going on. Yeah.
And when did you guys discover the old iPad that's called people have been calling the burner phone?
I'm just going to say sometime last fall. I don't know the exact time frame.
Not in March.
No.
And we talked about an incident with Carly looking on her teacher's computer at school. Did Carly need to cheat to get good grades?
No, she loved school, but she was almost bored with school a lot of days. It was, even though she was in the advanced classes, she's a light year ahead of everything they're teaching. Anything new she picks up and just wants to be a step ahead of the teachers.
And hadn't Carly told you about that incident that the kids in her class had dared her to?
Yes, they had. Yeah, she told us about it.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Carly?
Oh, good. We've gotten along from the beginning. Hadn't really had any problems between us.
And do you have any other children?
No.
And would you say that you love Carly the same as you would a biological child?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, had Ashley told you about her ex-husband's mental health issues?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
What, if anything, had Carly told you?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Have you ever had any interactions with Mr. Gregg?
No, other than I would see him in the car picking up or dropping Carly off. And a lot of times he would drop her off and leave, wouldn't even check to see if she was getting in the house.
And you said that the handgun that was used in this incident on March 19th was kept under Ashley's side of the bed?
Yes.
Was it kept in a lockbox or anything like that?
No, she just had it under, she had little cubbies and all we had built out for kind of storage. She had set it under there.
Okay. And why was she sleeping with a loaded handgun under her side of the bed?
She was terrified that the ex was going to show up one day, and she wanted that there.
Okay. Now, in the time that you've known Carly, the 3.5 years from spring of 2019 to March 19th of 2024, had you ever seen Carly be violent?
No.
Had there ever been any incidents in which Carly was in trouble for being violent?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Had you ever seen Carly enraged?
No.
Had you ever seen Carly get mad?
No, she'd get frustrated with something every now and then if she couldn't make something work like she wanted to, or something in a video game, but she would work at it over and over and over till she figured it out and got it.
Okay. Had Carly been having any trouble at school?
No.
Had she been having any trouble with friends?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And you mentioned that Carly had a boyfriend with at school, and at first Ashley didn't like it, but then she was okay.
Yes.
Why did Ashley first have a problem with Carly having this boyfriend at school?
Just in general, she had told her she didn't want her dating until she was 16 or so, at least, and just trying to watch over her.
Okay. And do you recall a statement that you made to law enforcement back on March 19th about y'all been having problems with Carly?
Again, I don't remember exactly what all I told them at this point.
Okay. What, if any, issues had you and Ashley been having with Carly?
Just not really any problems with her other than I think she was kind of at times depressed, or, she's a teenage girl, maybe emotional, but she ended up, we got her to a clinic up close to her, I guess it's in Madison there, to let her talk with a therapist.
Okay. And what had led you and Ashley to decide to put Carly in counseling?
She just didn't seem like she was her normal happy, peppy self. She was just kind of depressed and sitting around more, and she, she said she thought talking to somebody might help her.
Had you noticed anything else that was going on with Carly that concerned you at that time?
Not that I recall. She was kind of having problems with time management kind of stuff, and maybe remembering a couple things, which is a little unusual for her with schoolwork stuff.
Can you tell me about the issues she was having with remembering things?
Just
Why did my sound go out? Did they pause to approach the bench? Yeah, they must have paused to approach because they muted the sound in the courtroom. This trial, I don't know how long it's slated to be, but I would imagine that it's going to be. It's probably going to be maybe 2 to 3 weeks, because the prosecution has a multitude of witnesses, and I'm sure the defense is going to have a slew of their own witnesses that they would like to call to the stand. So I'm interested in this case because I really want to see what the defense has to say in defense of their client. Like, how are they going to explain the situation? Has she been evaluated by any medical professionals? You know, we don't know. We don't know if she's been evaluated by a clinical professional and assessed to see if, there was any mental health issues that occurred or that led to her unaliving her mother. Why is this thing? It looks like he's talking, but why is my sound out? Okay, here we go. I don't understand why my sound went out.
Mr. Smiley, can you describe the depth of your injury that you sustained on March 19th?
It's just a spot went through my edge of the upper trap muscle right there, and kind of zipped right through. And like I said, oddly enough, I know it sounds weird, but I've never really felt that I had any trouble with it.
Did you require stitches?
No.
I think we heard an officer on one of the other cameras call it grazed. Is that a fair description?
I guess, yes.
And Mr. Smiley, do you have any idea why Carly would want to shoot you?
No.
And we all heard Carly screaming when you walked from the garage into the kitchen on March 19th. How did Carly appear to you when you walked in?
Like I said, my initial thought.
Excuse me, guys. I'm pausing because my video is buffering. Excuse me, guys. I don't understand why I'm getting this buffering thing going on right now. It's kind of annoying because the video is getting stuck and held up. I'm going to give it a minute just to catch up. Giving it a minute to catch up, guys. Bear with me. Bear with me, folks. I'm giving it a moment to catch up to where we are right now in the audio. And once it catches up, we could continue. But I don't want to keep going, and I know that my audio is definitely off. It's off from the video. How y'all doing today anyway? It's a couple of y'all up in here. Are y'all all bush babies? Or anybody want to talk while we wait for this video to catch up? Anybody want to chit chat about this case? Replay gang, you guys could chit chat about this case too. What are your thoughts? Definitely weigh in on the comments so we could discuss this, because this one, I don't know. I don't know if this is a case of a child wanting to have things her way, or if this is really something in the ways of like mental health.
First, she was terrified and scared out of her mind. still to this day don't think she ever even recognized me. Something was wrong there. I don't know what, but something was off.
And when you walked into the house, did Carly say anything to you?
No, just was screaming.
Did she say anything in response to your question? What's wrong?
No.
Is that like the Carly that you had known for the past 3 years?
No, not at all.
Did Carly ever have any interest in guns?
No, Ashley had wanted her to go shooting with us a time or two, and I had tried to, get her to shoot a couple different times. And I think Ashley or somebody might have taken pictures the time or two that she went, but that was it. And she never was interested in going when myself and Ashley went.
And in all the time that you've known Carly, would you describe her as callous?
No.
Would you describe her as calculating?
No, except with math.
Would you describe her as diabolical?
No.
How would you describe Carly?
She's just a sweet little girl ever since I've known her. And, even when we take her to the playground, instead of running around playing, a lot of times she would be pushing other kids on the swing and the little, I don't know what they're called, little roundabout things that kids get on and go in a circle. She'd be the one that'd be pushing groups of kids rather than her playing. She'd go find the younger ones to try to help take care of them, and she's just sweet.
And are you aware of any medication Carly had been placed on?
And I can't remember the names of which one was which. She had been placed on one by the therapist that they had started her on something.
And do you recall what that medication was for?
Whatever they thought it was, whether it was, I don't know, just generalized stress or depression, or I don't know what they were thinking it was.
Okay. And do you recall how many medications that she'd been on?
I know she was on one, and then approximately the week before the 19th, they swapped her to another one.
Okay. And with the first medication that Carly was on, did you notice any changes in her personality or demeanor?
No.
And with the second medication that Carly was on, did you notice any changes in her personality or demeanor?
No. She had only had a chance to be on it for a handful of days. I don't know exactly how many days, but she was just getting started on it.
And do you and Carly still have a relationship?
Yes, I think we're good.
Okay. And how frequently do you and Carly talk?
Just about every day now. I don't always get off of work in time to catch her on a phone call, but we text some back and forth over the app that's allowed, and we talk over the video chat thing that's allowed through the jail and on weekends. So we're good.
Prior to March 19th, had you ever been afraid of Carly?
No.
Are you afraid of Carly today?
No.
Prior to March 19th, had Ashley ever been afraid of Carly?
Jackson, you're under cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Based on your observations and personal knowledge, had Ashley ever appeared to be afraid of Carly?
Jackson, Your Honor, again, cause for speculation.
Your Honor, he can say what he observed.
Y'all arguing in front of the jury. Y'all approach.
Okay, they have to approach again because the defense is adamant that they cannot ask that question ask him that question as to whether or not his wife, his deceased wife, was afraid of her
the objection
daughter.
is going to be overruled. You can answer the question based on your observation and personal knowledge. Did Ashley appear to be afraid of Carly?
No, not at all.
So it's
You
overruled,
testified
guys.
on direct that you had retained your own attorney after the investigation of this matter got started. And you said that that was because you had been concerned or felt worried that you were going to be charged with a crime?
Yes, the cops had insinuated the tampering with evidence. They held my license for several days, wouldn't bring it back. I kind of think it now that they were maybe trying to keep me
Objection.
around.
Calls for speculation.
That's sustained. You can testify to what you observe, but you can't testify to what you think other people would do. Okay?
And then I went and got a lawyer from there.
Okay. And why would you have tried to hide evidence that you were telling law enforcement about?
I have no idea. I was trying to find anything I could that might help out and figure out what or why.
Was law enforcement aware that there was a garage camera on March 19th?
I don't believe so. They were all around out there apparently looking at stuff. I don't know, 5 or 6 of them, and they never saw the camera or never bothered to mess with it, more than likely.
Had any members of law enforcement asked you about any cameras?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. And you spoke on direct examination about them turning the house back over to you. About how long did law enforcement have your house under investigation on March 19th?
I had been down to the ER and back a couple hours, 2.5 hours roughly, maybe, because it had gotten dark by the time I got back there.
And how many times after March 19th did law enforcement issue search warrants to come back out?
2 more times.
Okay. And during those 2 other times, now making 3 times that law enforcement investigated your house, did anyone find the camera in the fridge?
No, they did not.
Okay. And they didn't ask about any cameras in the garage?
No.
Okay. No. So you were very forthcoming with this evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And you also had your attorney file a motion to rescind the no contact order between you and Carly, correct?
Yes.
Had you asked that be done beforehand?
Yes, I had tried to get my first attorney to get some of that in motion, and I don't know what happened there. It kind of fell through.
And has anyone else made you feel intimidated during the course of this investigation?
I was told by the DA's office that I couldn't contact anyone else, like y'all that were working with her about anything, couldn't speak with anyone else. And then
You were told you...
Sure.
They have to approach again. The prosecution is not playing with the defense. They're asking these questions to make it appear as if the prosecution had suspected him initially, but everybody knows who pulled the trigger. That's the part that just boggles my mind. I mean, the defense, don't get me wrong, her defense attorney is going to do what they need to do. They are going to do what they need to do. For sure. They're going to do exactly what they need to do to try to create, they can't really create reasonable doubt here because, as they said in their open statement, this is not a case of who done it. Everybody knows who did it. What they are trying to make the case for is mental health and shoddy police work. That's what they're doing. And the prosecution is not having it. They are fighting tooth and nail with the defense.
It's understandable that you would be a little guarded
Yes.
and that this has been a long, ongoing investigation, and it's hard to talk about this stuff emotionally.
Yes, at times, worse than others.
And that you have been interviewed about this previously.
Yes.
So you're having to go back over the same stuff repeatedly.
Yes.
And it's hard to testify. It's nerve-wracking.
It is.
And this is being televised and broadcast, and there's been a lot of scrutiny, so it's understandable that you would be guarded and nervous while testifying.
Correct.
Thank you for court's indulgence. What are you doing?
Redirect examination.
Okay, so they're going to redirect. The prosecution is going to redirect. They, as we all know, or if you don't know, the prosecution cross-examines first. Then the defense gets their opportunity to cross-examine the same witness, and the prosecution then gets to do a redirect. Now, after the prosecution does their redirect, the defense can do one as well. It's not prohibited, you know. In no way, shape, or form are they prohibited from doing a redirect after the prosecution, especially if there are questions that come about that the defense would like to clarify. So, let's see. I don't understand why this video is giving me so many issues, y'all. Why am I having so many problems today with this video? I had no problem with Diddy's video earlier when I was doing my update on Diddy. And as soon as I get to this case, I'm having issues. I think it's a time of day, y'all. I think my computer behaves itself much better during the day, during the early hours of the day. I think that's what it is. Like, literally, that has to be what it is. I'm not kidding, guys. It's just weird. Look, it's buffering. It was not buffering earlier. It was definitely not buffering. All right. Let's get into the redirect. If my computer would cooperate.
How many phones did you know of that Carly had?
I just knew of the one that we had gotten for her.
And so law enforcement had 2 phones they recovered belonging to Carly from the scene. That would, in fact, be more phones than you knew about, right?
Yes.
Do you think that if someone shoots at me unprovoked, that that's a violent offense?
I guess so. It really depends on the circumstances.
Again, unprovoked. I'm walking into this courtroom, and out of nowhere, this gentleman closest to the door, as soon as I open it, pulls out a gun and fires it at me. Is that a violent offense?
It could be. Depends on the circumstances.
You said that Carly, you never saw her get mad or yell?
I have never seen Carly just angry or anything.
Never.
No, ma'am. she's always been just a happy little girl.
Was she a happy little girl when we just heard the video when she was firing a gun at you?
Like I said, I've never seen anybody like that. Even in movies, she was not herself. And like I said, I do not believe she even recognized me. She was terrified.
And Heath, I believe on direct, when I asked you about medications, you actually didn't handle Carly's prescriptions or medications, right?
No, Ashley was making sure she was taking them.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Smiley. You said that law enforcement came over a couple times and they didn't find these cameras. Did Miss Todd and Mr. Camp come over to your house at some point?
Yes, they did.
And when was that?
I think it was after the second police search.
And at any point, did they also conduct a search of your house?
They came through and wanted to take pictures and get the layout of the house.
Did they take anything from the house?
I think they took a couple pieces of her artwork and a couple things like that, but I'm not certain at this time.
And you don't know as to what they did with those, do you?
I do not.
Did they ever find the camera in the refrigerator?
No.
Court's indulgence.
Oh, the prosecution, the defense has called an objection? No, they
There
said,
are no further questions.
May this witness be found excused by the state.
We'd ask that he's subject to recall.
Mr. Smiley, I'm going to ask you to stand down, but you're going to need to leave the courtroom and not.
so he is not excused. He is just set aside when a witness steps off the stand and they're not excused by the prosecution. That means that they may be subjected to be recalled to the stand for further testimony. So the state has just indicated that he is not excused at this time. Y'all be sure to hit that like button for me. I'm doing 2 days of this girl's trial in one day. This is a lot. This is a lot, y'all. Let me see if my likes are liking. Okay, my likes are looking good. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Replay gang, you guys be sure to get the likes up on your end as well. And hop into the comments. Let me know what your thoughts are on this trial. This is I don't know. Like Colt, do you guys know Colt Gray, the young kid in Georgia that did the school puming? They were both the same age at the time that they committed their crimes. Colt Gray had an AR-15. This young girl had just a handgun, a hand pum. Oh my goodness, we can't sorry, YouTube gods. I apologize for using the G word. But at the time that they committed their crime, they both chose to use a pum, and they both indiscriminately, because I mean, she indiscriminately unalived her mother. Once you guys see the video of her in the kitchen, you guys will understand what I mean when I say that I feel it was intentional. I don't think that this was mental health. I know that her defense is arguing that, but I'm having a hard time believing it.
Testimony with anybody. You're not free to be in the courtroom just yet.
Okay.
All right. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, this will be a lengthy witness. I'm not sure if you want us to start or if you'd rather us.
Y'all can approach.
Okay, so he's getting off the stand, and the state is to call their next witness. I guess they're going to approach. They're approaching the judge's bench. He's not allowed to stay in the courtroom. Any person that is testifying in a court case cannot sit in to hear the other people's testimony, simply because they do not want the them to listen to the other people's testimony and formulate a testimony similar to that individual. So that's why they put him out of the courtroom. Here I am buffering again, y'all. Hold on. Why is this doing this?
Further, I need S9 out of the DVD and back in the court reporter's custody, please.
So he's making sure that the evidence gets back to where it's supposed to be.
I put it on the record. The state would call Cliff Dunlap.
Just so ladies and gentlemen of the jury know, I'm requiring the state to take a witness out of order. Lunch isn't here yet, but we're not stopping till lunch is ready, okay?
Oh, okay.
Take him a few minutes to get here. Get there.
So he's switching the state's witnesses around. He's going to have them take someone else instead of the original lineup that they had because lunch isn't there.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Tennessee. You'll have to speak directly in the microphone, but you need to speak so the lady on the back row can hear you, okay? You understand that you're now under oath, your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning, Cliff. Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, I'm Cliff Dunlap, Rankin County.
Where within Rankin County do you work, Cliff?
In the Rankin County Coroner's Office.
Okay. And what specifically is your title at the coroner's office?
Chief Deputy Coroner.
How long have you worked there at the coroner's office, Cliff?
Been there about 12 and a half years.
Okay. What year did you start?
2011.
Okay. And as the chief deputy coroner, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities there at the coroner's office?
So essentially, we are death investigators. We respond to any number of deaths that fall under our jurisdiction.
Okay. Prior to working at the coroner's office, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, I've been in the death care industry since 2006 as a licensed mortician.
Okay. And what kind of training did you go through to become a licensed mortician?
So for the mortician, we have an associate's degree in applied sciences, specifically for mortuary science.
And before coming to the coroner's office in 2011, between 2006 and 2011, where else did you work during those times?
I started out working at Ottenley Funeral Home, and then subsequently at mortuary services after that.
Okay. And just kind of, not to get graphic or anything like that, but on a day-to-day basis, what did your job responsibilities include?
So we would respond to scenes of death, hospitals, residents. We would take decedents into our care and then provide the services that the family wanted depending on their desires.
And so once you came to the coroner's office in 2011, what kind of training or education did you have to go through?
So we go through a 40-hour initial training that covers the various degrees and topics that we may encounter on a day-to-day basis. Death investigation, family notifications, and then we do continuing education on a yearly basis.
And how much continuing education is required of someone in the coroner's office?
So we're on 24 hours in a calendar year.
And just in general, what kind of topics do you typically, what kind of classes do you take as part of your continuing education?
It could be any manner of things that kind of fall under the jurisdiction of death investigation, scene recovery, family discussions, just all manners that fall under that jurisdiction.
As part of your training and education, do you sometimes attend and observe autopsies at the state crime lab?
Yes, we do.
How many would you say that you've attended or observed since working at the coroner's office?
In my time total, I would say roughly 10 to 15.
And speaking of the state medical examiner's office, tell the ladies and gentlemen how the coroner's office works with the state medical examiner's office, or if y'all do work with the state medical examiner's office.
We do. So under the state medical examiner's office, there are 83 coroners, one for each county and one additional for the Choctaw Reservation. We're basically the eyes and the ears of the medical examiner's office because they're not able to, of course, go out to each individual death per county. So we're kind of their representatives on a day-to-day basis, and we report to them findings.
Since starting at the coroner's office in 2011, approximately how many calls would you say you've been on, Cliff?
Estimated, I would say at least into the thousands, based off of my yearly calls that we work.
And again, just kind of generally speaking, why would the coroner's office be called to a scene?
So again, for death investigation, usually anything that falls under our jurisdiction, natural deaths and unnatural deaths.
And whenever you say unnatural deaths, what do you mean by that?
Any death that is not attributable to a disease, natural disease process, that can range from suicides, homicides, accidental deaths.
Okay. And so just again, speaking generally, not about this case in particular, whenever you show up to a scene or respond to a call, kind of walk us through what your procedure is.
So normally we would determine whether or not this was a natural death or not. Like I said, we cover a lot of different types of cases. Of course, we want to make sure that the scene itself is preserved so that we have a very accurate description of how the death occurred. Then we would talk to any law enforcement agencies and proceed accordingly.
And now kind of turning to March 19th of this year, 2024, were you employed at the coroner's office at that time?
Yes.
As a chief deputy
Yes.
coroner? Okay. Do you remember receiving a call out to 214 Ashton Way?
I do.
Okay. And just by way of brief description, tell us where that's located.
It's in the Avalon subdivision, I believe, off Grants Ferry Road.
Okay. Old Fannin.
Old Fannin.
Yeah. And did you respond to that address?
I did.
Okay. And again, walk us through from the time that you got the call out to when you got on scene, what you did.
Okay. So when we arrived on scene, we were informed that this death was attributed to a gunshot wound. So that let us know that when we arrived on scene to meet with investigators and law enforcement just to make sure that the scene was secure and safe for us to enter into. Once that was established, we made entry into the house. Walking into the living room, we went to the left. There were some bedrooms that were located off the living room. That time we found Miss Smiley. She was laying on her back in a supine position, and it appears as though she had suffered gunshot wounds.
Okay. Did you conduct an initial investigation of your own to determine anything at that time?
Yes, we wanted to make sure again that scene preservation was of the utmost importance. So we talked to law enforcement, made sure that again it was okay for us to enter into the scene, and that's when we noticed the room that she was in and kind of the surrounding environment.
And did you look at Miss Smiley? Did you observe anything about her body?
Yes. Upon initial inspection, we did see that she did have 2 gunshot wounds at the time. We always want to make sure that we present the medical examiner with the most accurate visual possible. So, we kind of document what we're looking at, and that's what we initially found were the 2 gunshot wounds.
Okay. So once you did your initial investigation, then what did you do after that?
So at that time, we placed Miss Smiley into a white sheet that's used to collect any artifact that may be displaced during the transportation process. And then we recovered her from the scene until we took her to the medical examiner's office.
Okay. And then did you, as part of your investigation, conduct any further investigation into Miss Smiley's case?
At that time, we were waiting on law enforcement and their reports to come in, and then the medical examiner's office would perform the autopsy.
Okay. And after the medical examiner's office performed the autopsy, did you learn anything else about how many gunshot wounds Miss Smiley had received?
Yes.
Approach.
Okay, they have to approach again because they have muted the courtroom once again. This is the most interrupting, approaching case. Like this, it's a good sign though. It's a good sign that her defense is working hard to ensure that they present the facts as they see it. They paint that picture for the jury. They have to actually make sure that it's like a tango. They're doing the tango right in front of us, because they both are trying to get their points across to the jury to impress upon them their perspective as it relates to this particular homicide. So we're just going to hold for a minute while they get it together here. Let's see. This is... Yeah, they have to approach. Lord. There may be evidence that is being brought out in his testimony that was excluded or not. Actually, it was probably disputed during pretrial and preliminary hearings leading up to the actual trial. That's more than likely what that's about. Why her defense has an objection, and they walked up there with the folders. Oh, excuse me, guys. In the meantime, in between time, while we have this break, if you're just getting in here, this is day 2 of Carly Gregg's trial. She is charged. She is charged with unaliving her mother and attempting to unalive her stepfather as well. So this case, the implications of it, as far as what Carly is facing, are very serious. She is being tried as an adult. So if she does get a guilty verdict, she'll be sentenced as such. So I think that's why I know that's why her defense attorneys are being very cautious about what gets in, what the jury can hear, what they While we wait, I'm going to read this background on this for you guys on this particular case. I think it was 2 weeks ago before her trial, a week before her trial. They did have a meeting in the courtroom, and the judge heard motions. Yes, 1 week before the trial was set to begin on this teenager accused of unaliving her mother. The Rankin County Youth Center prosecutor, Corey Gerber, testified that Carly Gray, who was 14 at the time, tested positive for Mary Jane. Now, okay, she smoked a little bit of pot, but that still wouldn't explain to me how she's about to unaliving her mom.
For all purposes, and admitted for all purposes by way of stipulation of the parties. Hold on. Give him the report. Give him the report. Yes, sir. You can approach.
I just was going to give him this document. Thank you, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Mr. Dunlap, you were just handed a document there. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is that?
This is our case report that we fill out on every death that we work.
Okay. And it appears as though it's 3 pages. Is that what you have?
Correct.
Okay. If you turn to the last page there's a. Did you write that?
I did.
Okay. And when would you have written that?
That would have been the night of the incident.
Okay. And if you, in this case, were you able to make a determination as to cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Okay.
Once the medical examiner's office ruled, yes.
Okay. If you look on page 2 or anywhere in this report, is that reflected in this report?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you able to determine as the cause of death?
Cause of death was 3 gunshot wounds to the head.
And what about the manner of death?
Manner of death was homicide.
Court indulgence.
Cross-examination. Mr. Camp, you need the exhibit for cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would please give it to Bailey. Bailey can give it to him.
I have a copy.
You do have, okay, just want to make sure. I took your only copy. I apologize.
Okay, Cliff, and I just wanted to make sure I understand everything. This is what you call your case report, is what you have in front of you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, is that the only document that is generated by your office?
As far as our investigative report, it is. We do initiate the death certificate, of course, for the funeral home at the appropriate time.
Okay. And to, I guess, initiate the death report and this case report, you look at other documents, is what I'm understanding. Is that correct?
As far as,
Well, you said you had talked to the medical examiner's office.
right, that was once the autopsy report was completed and they initiated the cause and manner of death.
Okay, once they do so you're getting information from the autopsy.
Correct.
Okay, and so that's actually that's telling you what the matter of death is, or manner of death is. Correct. Okay, it's not anything you do.
Correct.
Okay, so you're just getting, it's sort of secondhand information that you get from them, and then you put on a piece of paper, and then you turn it in.
Once they rule on the cause of death, yes, sir.
Okay. And here, I was looking on the last page, because you said there were, and I guess this would be a case in point. On the last page, it has your investigator narrative, and that would be your narrative.
Correct.
Okay. And it talks about 2 gunshots.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But then you got more information, I guess, after you did your narrative.
Right. Correct.
Okay. And you didn't go back and edit it or change, or when I say change it, you didn't make a notation that upon getting the autopsy information back, there's actually 3 gunshots or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you normally make, because it looks like on the first page, did you say, or at some point you do say there's 3 gunshots. Is that correct?
In the case or the cause of death, once it was ruled that it was changed to that.
Okay. But you didn't change the narrative.
Correct.
And you didn't, in your narrative, you didn't say anything about once you get the information, you're now, compiling the report, and this is what we're doing. Is that correct?
Right. We have a separate report from the medical examiner's office.
And so is this one, well, I guess you wouldn't do this case report, or you wouldn't finish it until you got the autopsy, though, correct? Okay. No further questions, John.
Redirect.
Cliff, do you know whenever you said you sat through some autopsies, is that correct?
Correct.
Whenever the medical examiner gets someone into the crime lab, do they clean that person up?
What they do initially is they will do x-rays before anything is done to the decedent. Yes.
Do they clean the person up or in any manner?
During the course of the autopsy, they do.
Okay. Is the based off what you know personally, is the medical examiner's office, can they then do their investigation into the decedent at that time as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you said earlier that the coroner's office is the eyes and the ears in Rankin County. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, just to be clear, as reflected in your report that's in evidence, what were you able to determine was the cause and manner of death?
The gunshot wounds.
Okay, and what?
We're going to object and your first.
Yes.
I guess in Mississippi, the prosecution just always redirects, because that's not always the case. They don't always take the opportunity to go up and redirect. Sometimes they just say they have no further questions, but I see here that Mississippi loves to redirect. Let's continue.
Cliff, through the laws of the state, are you familiar with the laws of the state of Mississippi as they as they affect the coroner's office.
Yes.
Okay. And does your office make a determination as to cause and manner of death through your normal job duties and responsibilities?
In cases that we rule on, yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to step down.
Now notice with this particular witness, he is actually released. His testimony is, they're not considering, neither the defense nor the prosecution are considering recalling that witness. So when he steps down, that's why the judge stated that you're free to go. He can sit in the courtroom if he'd like. He can continue and go about his business. He could just continue on with his day. So he's a done deal on the stand. His testimony is recorded and will be weighed by the jury at the time of their deliberations. But I think it's weird to me that they don't have like a visual, and I think they didn't do the visual because of Carly's age. I think they did that because of Carly's age, because while this crime was, she did commit this crime, I'm sure that they have to consider, or at least try to be considerate of the fact that she is 14 years old and the impact that it may have on her to actually see, you know what I'm talking about, guys, the little body sketch where they draw on it where the entry wound was, where the exit wound was, and all of that. I don't see that chart here. So I'm thinking that the defense and the prosecution came to that agreement. Well, they had to come to that agreement jointly. They usually meet and go over all discovery, all potential exhibits, and each side has an opportunity to argue whether or not they want that particular piece of evidence included or excluded. And I'm willing to bet that her defense fought to have that chart removed from the exhibits, because they usually have the body, the body outline of the person on a white piece of paper with like the marks of injuries, here, and here is where they were hit or hurt. Well, at any rate, guys, let's go ahead and continue. My video has caught up, but it's still buffering. And as you can see, counsel is approaching the bench yet again. So they've got to have a conversation again with the judge. Not really sure what the conversation is about. I'm hoping they make it relatively quick so that we can, move through day 2 of Carly Gregg's trial.
Take our lunch break. Y'all, I'm going to give y'all over to the bailiff. He's going to take y'all on back. Lunch should be there in just a few minutes, okay? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
All right, so it's lunch. So let me go ahead and cue this up, because you guys know when they go to lunch, the camera pans onto the emblem of the courtroom, and it's completely silent. And we're not going to do that. We're not sitting in silence, y'all. I'm going to do my best to try to cue this up. Bear with me. This is the only part that I do not like. I wish
that the doctor part of Dr. in his report.
Why is there?
He wears a body cam.
And we have just at the body and some drug law.
Hold on, guys. I skipped too fast, too forward. They're filing back into the courtroom. So I'm on time. I'm on it. And they're filing back into the courtroom. There's Carly going to her seat. And it's lagging. My computer is lagging yet again. I don't get it. My Wi-Fi is perfectly fine, guys. Like, there should be no issue. This is ridiculous. If it's not one thing, y'all, it's another.
The jury's finished their lunch. State ready?
Yes, sir.
Defense ready.
Hold on, guys. Because it lagged. It's still lagging. My video lagged behind. The judge is back on the bench. And they're ready to continue on with testimony. All right, there we go.
Sure. Is the state saying the order? Is the state's next witness a juvenile?
No, sir.
So is that your objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. I mean,
I'm sorry.
The objection to the order granting the motion for productions, he shall immediately furnish.
Yes, sir. It says it in there twice immediately. Again, I think that there's some issue in how he would be able to do that. But not that he would actually produce them. There's a problem with that.
As soon as possible. How's that? That's as close to immediate splitting the baby. However, please let Dr. Pickett know.
I texted him during our lunch break that he would need to turn it
All right, state ready?
over. Yes, sir.
Defense ready. Is the defense ready? All right, bring him in.
The judge is ready to get on with it. He's like, is the state ready? Defense ready? He is ready to just keep the day going. And that's what the judge is really there for, to keep the process moving, to make sure and ensure that the defendant has a fair trial and the law is followed to the letter. Because if the judge doesn't do that, there will be opportunities for appeal, which would create possibly a huge mess, especially in a trial such as this one, where, I mean, she's 14, well, 15 now, but 14 at the time that she committed the crime. So, while they're, charging her and trying her as an adult, they have to definitely cross their T's and dot their I's. Because if this comes out to be a conviction, there may be, an appeal submitted right after, based on her defenses, based on the defense that's being presented on her behalf, I should say. So.
Who's the state's next witness? Y'all got him? Okay.
And Crystal, I don't believe that Mary Jane had anything to do with this. As a matter of fact, it is reported that she smoked Mary Jane the day before the incident. So it's either it was a hell of a good blunt. for it to last so long, for her to be under the influence of Mary Jane and commit this crime. I don't think that her defense can actually drive home with the jury. I don't think that's why they're trying to say, that's why they're alleging, that's why they're alleging other issues and other potential mental health issues, challenges that were occurring, as far as the defense asking the stepfather the types of medications she was on and who was responsible for making sure that she took them, and also what she was being treated for. Those questions are to lay the groundwork to show the jury that this young lady had some type of mental health challenge at the time of the unaliving of her mother. So that's why the defense is bringing that up, or even questioning it with the stepfather, so they could bring that out. So the next witness is there.
You understand that you're under oath during this morning as a result of penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Make sure, sir.
You would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
My name's Tyler Burnell.
And Tyler, where are you employed?
I work for the Rankin County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your role at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I'm an investigator in the Criminal Investigative Division.
And tell us what that means.
Essentially, our division responds to incidents. We investigate calls for service, initial reports that are taken by the patrol division, or walk-in reports that are made whenever citizens come into the sheriff's office to report criminal activity, fraud, theft, things along those lines.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
14 and a half years.
And has all that been spent at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Tell us about where all you've been.
So I started off at the Madison Police Department in 2010. After that, I worked for the Madison County Sheriff's Office, the Pearl Police Department. I was an investigator in Pearl, went to Flowood. Not long after that, was a detective over there, started in internal affairs over there, and I went to go work for the Mississippi Attorney General's Office in the Public Integrity Division, and did some good work there. And not long ago, the sheriff and the undersheriff asked if I would be willing to come to the sheriff's office and kind of bolster that particular division, that particular program here. And so I maintain a criminal caseload and a compliance caseload.
I want to take a step back. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of what training is required to become a law enforcement officer first?
Well, you have to complete the basic police officers course. There are multiple taught in the state of Mississippi. You can go through the Tupelo Police Academy. They have their own. The Jackson Police Academy has their own. The Southern Regional Public Safety Institute, which is the one that I went to, was at one point in time combined with the Harrison County Law Enforcement Training Academy, because it had essentially been demolished during Katrina. And so it was relocated to Camp Shelby, Mississippi. And Harrison County has since kind of restarted their own. You can go to the Mississippi Law Enforcement Training Academy right over here in Pearl. And then, of course, there's the Mississippi Highway Patrol Academy. They kind of put on their own, but it's a state accredited course that if a trooper decides that he no longer wishes to be a member of the Highway Patrol, he can always use that as a lateral into a sheriff's office, police department, another state agency.
And particularly, I'm interested in what you did. So you told us that you went to which academy?
Yes, ma'am. So I started off at the Southern Regional Public Safety Institute. Like I said, I've had a lot of training over the years. Initially, I had a lot of training related to the patrol side of law enforcement, so to speak. You know, uniformed officers riding around in a marked patrol car, patrolling neighborhoods, enforcing traffic laws and things along those lines. A lot of that particular type of training was impaired driving enforcement, counter drug related stuff. some drug investigations as far as trafficking and things along those lines. The most recently, I guess more recently, I had some internal affairs training. I'm a certified polygraph examiner with the state of Mississippi. I'm a certified criminal investigator. The state of Mississippi actually has a program that criminal investigators can go through. It's taught out at the Mississippi Law Enforcement Training Academy in Pearl. And it's essentially I think it's 320 classroom hours, and then there is the difference, I think, is 80 hours of hands-on instruction. Essentially, you're kind of going out and you're taking latent fingerprints off objects, and you're rolling car tires to get tire impressions. You're taking dental stone, and you're taking all of the investigative resources that you need to in order to take tire wear impressions and footwear impressions. You're doing digital evidence extractions from phones, and you're going through and you're drafting search warrants. You're learning about death investigations. You're learning about kind of what particular changes that the body goes through as we pass away, and you're going through different things that you can look for in order to determine, okay, we have a crime here, or we don't have a crime here, and so that was definitely one course that I've been through here lately, but I've had some other training, counterterrorism and SWAT, special response team stuff, and tactics and things along those lines. But that's, in a nutshell, that's generally it.
In the training that you've had and in your 14 years in law enforcement experience, have you had the opportunity to investigate or be on the scene of murders?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that prior to March 19th of 2024?
Correct.
I want to ask you specifically about the Rankin County Sheriff's Department. So we heard from Deputy Lewis earlier about the fact that he wears a body cam when he's dealing with the public.
Correct.
What is the policy for investigators and body cams back in March of 24?
The investigators in my division did not have body cameras in March of 2024.
What about as we sit here today? Do you have them now?
We are starting to trickle them in, and by trickle, what I mean is that the criminal investigators that I work alongside with, and I guess I should try and explain this. So the criminal investigative division not only houses the criminal investigators, people that investigate, the theft and the violent crimes and the fraud and all those things, but it also houses our drug investigators. We have prescription fraud investigators that essentially work on pharmaceutical diversion, investigators that investigate street drug related crimes, the sale of fentanyl and the sale of marijuana and the sale of methamphetamines and things along those lines. But we also have our interdiction investigators, guys that are essentially working on drug trafficking organizations and things like that. So those narcotics investigators is kind of the loose term for those different identities of investigators. Those have their body cameras they all have them now. So before, the street drug investigators and the pharmaceutical diversion investigators did not have them. They do now. And so our interdiction guys have them, the narcotics guys have them, but we are still kind of acquiring them piece by piece as we are able, as the sheriff's office is able to obtain the resources either through budget appropriation or grant funding in order to continue to buy body cameras for our division.
Investigator Rennell, I want to take you back to March the 19th of 2024. Were you, in fact, working at the Sheriff's Department at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen if you worked a call at 214 Ashton Way that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through your first involvement with that call that was made out to 911.
So we were going back to that date. We were actually in trial that week, working on another case. I believe it was Mr. Smith was involved in that one as well. But I had left the courthouse, went to my office, and essentially obtained my belongings, which is essentially just a backpack that I, towed all my stuff in. But acquired that, got in my vehicle, and started heading to my residence. And my police radio is on, and the volume up, and I overhear our 911 dispatcher asking that the units that work the north end of our county, which is essentially like anything north of I-20 or Highway 80, asking for the north units to be en route to 214 Ashton Way. And this was a female dispatcher, that a disturbance had taken place, and there was a possible shooting involved. So, of course, knowing that our division will eventually...
Hold up, guys. I'm going to pause real quick because Christine. Hey, Christine. She looked it up. And in Mississippi, medical marijuana is legal. There's no recreational use, though. And then she says, I lived in Mississippi. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Really, Christine? Oh, wow. Look at her comments, guys. Replay gang, be sure to check that out too. I didn't know that. I did not know that, guys. Thank you, Christine.
Be involved in that particular incident. I activated my emergency equipment and drove to the scene, and was the first investigator there. And basically, once I got there, I noticed that deputies Hunter Lewis and Dustin Smith had already arrived. They're assigned to the patrol division, and medical personnel had also arrived on scene already.
And the medical personnel, is that separate from the sheriff's department?
That's correct. So in the county, especially around the reservoir area, we tap into the fire protection for the cities very, very minutely, but we also have the reservoir fire department, which responds to a lot of the fire and emergency related medical incidents in the unincorporated part of the county.
On this particular day, what information had you been provided kind of before you walk into, because we've actually seen some body cam footage where you walk up to the scene. At that point, what did you know had happened?
So I walk up to the scene. Pafford is loading a white male who was later identified as Heath Smiley. Our dispatcher had stated that his daughter had shot him, killed his wife, and then fled, which is the radio traffic that I'm hearing on the radio prior to getting to the scene. And so I have real general information and not really specific details. So I go to Deputy Lewis, I go to Hunter, and simply ask him what he's got. And then he begins to fill me in on the specific details related to kind of why we're there, what has transpired, what information he's been able to get from Mr. Smiley, anything along those lines.
Do you recall around what time you got the call or that you went out to the house?
It was shortly after 5 o'clock, 5:06, 5:07, somewhere around in there.
Nighttime?
Yes, ma'am. Afternoon, right.
When you arrived on the scene, where was Carly Gregg?
She was not there.
Did law enforcement know where she was at that time?
No, ma'am.
When you go into the house, kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you're assessing at that time.
So and this will be kind of hitting the fast forward button a little bit. So there are a couple of things that transpire after I make contact with Hunter. I provide him some information in order to get an incident log started, a crime scene log, crime scene integrity sheet, what have you, and essentially get my camera. And then our investigators I can hear them on the radio coming en route, so to speak, and basically informing our dispatcher that they're en route to the scene. And as that is beginning to happen, I simply take my camera, get some gloves, and because the gloves are, regardless of whether or not people think about it, gloves are they're important. They're a big thing when it comes to crime scenes. We have touch DNA in our skin. Believe it or not, we skin cells come off of our hands, regardless of whether or not we know it, and we leave those. We transfer those on different surfaces and things along those lines. And so gloves are an important thing when it comes to crime scenes. And so I obtained a pair of gloves, got my camera, and then essentially begin to try and photograph the residents. Start on the outside, and then work from the outside in. And basically, we're just trying to document and preserve the house the way it is, as we find it, so to speak.
Investigator Burnell, I want to take a step back. You mentioned something about setting up a crime scene log. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen what that means and why that's important?
So when I got there, the Deputy Lewis had facilitated the putting up of the tape, the cliche, the crime scene tape that most people see on television, stuff like that. Well, what you may not see is a crime scene log. So it's essentially a document, a landscaped piece of paper that's got a bunch of lines on it. It's got a name, a place for an agency, the time in, time out, and purpose for scene on some of them. It's essentially to document the comings and goings of everybody on that particular scene, whether or not you're a law enforcement officer, you're a coroner, you are a medical member of the medical personnel, whether or not you're fire, paramedic, so on and so forth.
During the time that you have a crime scene taped off and you're doing this log, is anyone other than first responders and law enforcement, and I'm including the coroner in that, allowed in that crime scene?
No, ma'am.
I want to talk to you. You talked about gloves, and I know that when we watched that video, Deputy Lewis did not have gloves on
Correct.
when he first went to the house. I mean, y'all don't drive around in your patrol car with gloves on, right?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And so when you were on patrol, I mean, initially when you come out to a shooting call, what is your main goal at that point?
Irrespective of any type of call, our first priority when it comes to law enforcement is the preservation of life. If I leave today and God forbid come upon some scene or something like that where somebody is in dire need of emergency medical help, I'm not going back to get my gloves. Like you begin to administer first aid regardless of that, and then we'll deal with the consequences and repercussions after the fact. Like we have to be able to preserve life. That is our number one priority, and then everything else falls secondary and tertiary, and so on and so forth to that.
I want to talk a little bit more in a minute about your processing of the scene, but I also want to talk about, I mean, when you arrived there, what did you learn? You said you later learned that Heath Smiley was the man on the front porch.
Yes, ma'am.
What was his condition?
He had sustained a single gunshot wound, I believe. So it would be his right and our left shoulder had a through and through gunshot wound to the left upper torso. I guess we can say it that way.
And what about was there someone else in the home when you went there?
There were no other living people inside the home whenever I got there. The body of Ashley Smiley was found in a room that was later determined to be controlled and normally occupied by Carly Madison Gray.
In the course of your investigation, did you prepare a layout of the Smiley household?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Perks Whitney-Shine? handed you a piece of paper. Could you take a look at that and tell me what that is?
So it's a very general, non-scale layout of the Smiley home, Smiley residence at 214 Ashton Way.
And is this a document that you prepared?
Correct.
And what were you using this document for?
Essentially, we were using it for courtroom purposes. I mean, at the end of the day, like I know what the house looks like. You all don't know what the house looks like. You're not there. I can give you pictures of the best pictures in the world of a crime scene, but at the end of the day, if you can't look at it visually and kind of see how I move from room to room taking those photographs and essentially kind of see the layout of the home, whenever you're hearing 911 calls, or you're hearing us talk about different things on the scene, or you're hearing us discuss search warrants or something like that during the testimony phase, where you won't really be able to know where we are or where my mind is as I recollect that.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the layout that you prepared in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as state's next exhibit. I believe it's 11.
Any objection? No objection. Be admitted as 11 all purposes.
Investigator Brunel, you talked about that you go through and your initial thing that you do on the scene, besides of course assessing where the two people are, is taking photographs, documenting that evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you documented the outside of the home.
Correct.
Did you also document any telephones in that house?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
So, essentially when I finished taking my exterior pictures, move up to the threshold of the house, which I'm gonna see if I can spin around a little bit. So, essentially, I'm finishing up. This is north. This is generally going to be east. That's generally west, and of course, this is generally south. So we get to the threshold of the house, and essentially start taking pictures in almost a 360 pattern. Okay, so we're going to take as many photographs overlapping each frame as we go, and then until we cover all of this room. Go inside, close the door, and then grab the area that we couldn't get because the door is open, of course, and then we're going to photograph all of that too. And that's kind of systematically going through and trying to clear or document or photograph each room in the house.
I want to, may I approach the witness room? I handed you 2 photos.
Yes,
could
ma'am.
you identify, or could you look at those and tell me what's in those photographs?
So essentially your first shot as an investigator when you get on scene needs to be of the front of the house. We typically like to have the mailbox in it, or at least some markings on the front of the house. That way it's readily identifiable as, well, this was 214 Ashton Way, and not 215, 213, 221 or anything along those lines. I know that all these photographs are from 214 Ashton Way, from this photograph until the last one. So the next photograph, whenever we entered in through that threshold I told you about a second ago from the living room, there is a let's call it a small entertainment center. It's about knee high. It's wooden. It's about the same color as this banister in front of you all, and it essentially has 2 phones on it. So this black phone and this white phone. So the white phone was later determined to be the property of Ashley Smiley, and the black phone over here on the left was later determined to be the phone of belonging to Carly Madison Gregg.
Investigator Brunel, do those appear to be true and accurate copies of 2 of the photographs that you took on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'd ask that these be moved into evidence as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. Front of the house will be marked as 12. The other one will be marked as 13.
Permission to approach the witness room?
Yes.
If you would take a look at those and just let me know when you finish looking at them.
Okay, ma'am.
Do those appear to also be a true and accurate copy of some of the pictures that you took from the crime scene that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those particular pictures, I'm not asking you to describe them to the jury yet, but
Yes, ma'am.
could you tell me generally what are those photographs? What are they of?
So the first one on top is a nylon single strap retention holster that was located on the bed in the master bedroom, which was believed to have been occupied and controlled by Heath Smiley and Ashley Smiley. The second photograph is the countertop in the kitchen of the residence that basically depicts some clothing, a scarf, and a winter wear jacket, a .357 silver revolver handgun, and then that is a large scale, a wide frame photo. And then the next one is a medium frame photo showing the same handgun. And then the next photograph is a serial number image of the same handgun I just described to you. Now you can see it's a Taurus .357 Magnum handgun revolver. The last photograph are 6 cartridges and 1 live .38 special round that were recovered from that particular silver revolver.
Are those photographs that were taken from the scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that
Yes,
a
ma'am.
true and accurate copy of those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. First one with the holster will be S14. Second one, medium frame, will be S15. The serial number will be S16. You can carry that, Molly.
Serial number 16.
Is there one more? 2 more? Those will be marked S17, S18. You may proceed.
Investigator Burnell, as you were making your way through the house, were there, other than the murder weapon, were there other guns that you documented within the Smiley residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were they located?
They were in the master bedroom, master closet.
Permission to approach the witness room? You'll just take a look at those for me.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Detective Burnell, do those appear to be or what generally are those in those photographs?
The first 2 photographs, one is a close-up image of a pump master, 760 pump master. It looks like a pellet rifle or a BB gun. The third photograph is a camouflage shotgun, and then the last photograph is an AR-style platform rifle.
Are those true and accurate copies of photographs that you took from the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as a composite exhibit, just with the other guns located in the house.
Any objection?
Just clarification, you said there's 3 photos, you can't be 4.
Yeah, there's 4 photographs. 3 different guns, but 4 photographs.
Any objection to any of the 4 photos?
No objection.
All right, they'll be admitted S19, S20, S21, and S22.
Investigator Burnell, did you also photograph inside the bedroom of Heath and Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a desk located in that room?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach witness, Ron? I've handed you 2 photographs. If you would look at those for me.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could generally tell me what those photographs are.
So the first photograph is of the desk at a wide angle. It shows 2 computers. Looks like some sort of a knitting bag or something along those lines. In the chair, behind the knitting, or in between the chair back and the knitting bag, are some boxes that are revealed in the next photograph, which are some essentially they appear to be THC boxes, empty boxes for THC vape pens. And then there is a like a Leatherman multi-tool.
And how many of the vape pen boxes are there?
There are 4, I'm sorry.
Here, we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
I'll be admitted all purposes. That's next in number. Was that just? All right, you can proceed.
Secretary Burnell, looking at the layout, and I apologize, I don't have that exhibit number that you prepared. There's a dining room and sort of a kitchen area that are open. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any doors that lead to the outside near the dining area?
Yes, ma'am. So there is, generally speaking, there is almost like a shotgun style door from the front door through to the door that in the dining area that led to the backyard of the residence.
And did you also take pictures of that doorway?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach.
Yes, ma'am.
Housekeeping. Can we try to keep these 4? Okay.
I handed you 2 photographs, Investigator Burnell. If you could take a look at those for me, please.
Okay.
Could you tell me what's reflected in that first picture?
So the first photograph is essentially it depicts the dining area table where the Smileys and Miss Gregg may have eaten a meal. In the corner of that room, there is a black dog kennel. I'm assuming for the 2 golden retrievers that they had, and there's a white cord hanging down from the wall near the corner of the room. The second photograph is of the back door itself, and it's essentially just the back door.
And where does that back door lead?
Into the backyard, which kind of encompasses the house itself, makes kind of an L shape, as you can see via the scale drawing. So it makes an L shape, and so the backyard simply makes the corresponding L.
Are those true and accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March 19, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Or we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibits.
Any objection? No objection. The one described as the dining table will be S25. one described as the photo of the door will be S27.
Mr. Now, before we move on to any other pictures, I want to ask you about that S25,
Okay.
the cord that's hanging from there.
Yes,
In processing the crime scene, did you have any idea what that cord went to?
I did not. It's a USB-C cable. From my recollection, I didn't know exactly what it went to at the time. We hypothesized that it was part of some home surveillance system.
As you sit here today, do you know what was plugged into that cord?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
It was a WISE home surveillance system camera that was recovered after the 19th.
Okay, thank you. Did you also photograph throughout the home the laundry room area?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to break sweat and strong? I handed you actually a stack of photos. If you want to take a look at those, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Do those appear to be true and accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's at the laundry room area?
So the initial photograph on top is kind of like a transitional photograph from the kitchen area into that laundry room. But yes, ma'am.
Aaron, we'd ask that those be marked as state's next exhibit.
They'll be moved in next to number. How many do we have? You just tell me what they're marked. Tell me what you think. Those have been marked S27 through S34.
I want to come back to those investigative renewal, but I want to get through some of the other photographs that you took. Did you also go into the defendant's bedroom and photograph the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner President. You want to take a look at those photographs?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Do they appear to be accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March 19, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are of the defendants, the transition into the bedroom, and then of the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley.
That's correct.
Are we to ask that those be marked state's next exhibit?
And so they do have a picture of her mother, her deceased mother. Wow.
They'll be admitted 35 to 37.
Okay, proceed, John. Investigator Burnell, so again, what is the reason for documenting the crime scene?
Essentially, so that way we can preserve the way it was whenever we arrived on scene. The photographs and the body worn camera recordings are a great way to do that.
Do things get moved once you start processing the scene?
Of course. For instance, in this case, initially, so when, as I said before, like preservation of life is our first responsibility. In preparing for this trial today, this week, I had the occasion to look at body-worn camera video evidence. When Deputy Lewis goes into the house to check on the victim, he tries to see if there are any signs of life. He's touching her arms and he's lifting up the towel that was placed upon her head. And he's essentially trying to see if there's any way to save this young lady. And of course, then right after him, the fire department comes in, does essentially the same thing. They're placing leads to see if there's any heart rate activity, and so they're moving her arms from the position in which they were placed on her torso. They're lifting up the towel that was placed on her head that would have been replaced by Deputy Lewis. And so there are things getting moved around. And so taking the photographs and trying to preserve the way that the crime scene was at that time is a very important and a very vital function of crime scene processing. The other aspect is, so during active scenes like that, where you essentially have some like a quasi-active shooter type situation, you are in a situation where you don't know where the suspect is. They're not readily apparent. They're hiding in the linen closet. Did they pull down the attic ladder and they're hiding upstairs? Like, are they hiding under a bed or something like that? So when officers are going through systematically trying to clear and make sure that we're not walking into an ambush or walking into a situation where now we are about to sustain more casualties as a result of this one defendant, things get moved. We have had situations in previous cases where shell casings have been in the roadway after drive-by shootings. Well, cars don't stop just because there's shell casings in the roadway. They get run over all the time. So recording those with photographs and body-worn camera videos and things along those lines is a lot of times our best way to preserve kind of how they were prior to those disturbances.
May I break some intro? Is it all right if I have a question from here for a while? I want to point you to, or I'll just look at the exhibits and then I'll ask Mr. Burnell about them. Investigator Burnell. I'm looking at exhibit 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34. Investigator Burnell, it appears that you're taking photographs of the wall, the sheetrock in the wall, as well as the door leading into the garage. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen why you thought it was important to document that?
So, leading the transition from the kitchen into the laundry room area right here, or the mud room and laundry room type of situation in this house, you can clearly see a dot in the middle of the doorway there, which is of course the door's open. So there's clearly a defect in that wall. It's not how it came from the manufacturer. Something made that defect. And so as we continue into that room, so this is a more medium scale drawing, a more medium scale photograph where you can actually see the dot, the defect a little bit more defined. And so, skipping ahead a little bit, so number 33 is actually an up-close image of what that defect looks like. And you'll see, let me go back wide. So you'll see the bag, okay? So there's a piece of the wall. If I just take a picture of a white wall, it's going to be very hard for you to maintain reference. So the yellow bag that's also next to this defect is in that medium scale drawing, or the medium scale photograph, and then it's in the up close photograph. That way it helps us maintain reference throughout, because we took hundreds of pictures of this house and the crime scene within, and so we can clearly see now the up close photograph of that defect in the wall. And so that's more or less kind of the reason for doing it in that fashion, is so that way we can record those defects. because at the end of the day, I'm not a ballistics expert. I can only call the holes defects. I can say that they are, in a layman's terms, they are what would appear to be similar to a hole that a bullet would make if it went through a similar object, but is essentially just a defect in a wall, and that is how they are classified in my report. That is how they are classified as we process the crime scene itself.
Later in your investigation, what did you learn occurred in that laundry room?
After we had the opportunity to obtain some information from Mr. Smiley, we learned that he had come home, and of course, this is kind of a culmination of things, not just the interview with him, but also the viewing of our surveillance camera that was positioned in approximately the same area as the garage door opener. When Mr. Smiley arrives home, the garage door's up, and he enters through. He enters the residence through that particular method, and so. Sorry, I'm looking for number 11. And so when he enters the residence, there it is. So he enters through this carport right here. Okay, so there's a storage room door right there, utility closet, what have you. And so he enters the laundry room right here, and then according to him, he later stated that Miss Gregg essentially lie in wait at the door, this door right here. So there's a door right here, a door that goes across into the corresponding carport. And so you essentially have Miss Gregg lie in wait here. And as soon as he comes into the mud room, shuts the door, he's immediately met with gunfire. And we would later learn through some interviews there were 3 shots fired. And then, of course, you can note 3 different defects. The one I just showed you a minute ago in the wall next to the yellow bag, so to speak. There's another defect. This is in the door itself, down next to the bottom. It's for lack of a better term, like a 4-panel door. It's got four little panels. For lack of a better term, 4 little panels. It's a metal door with essentially like a foam innard, and there is a defect down in the bottom, one of the bottom panels of the door, and then there's a defect in the wall behind the door, illustrating that the door was closed at the time that the round was fired, or that the defect was made. I'm sorry.
In processing this scene, you photographed it. Did you ever take any items into evidence?
Yes, ma'am. Multiple items of evidence. If you would like me to go into those, so we, as I was initially arriving on scene, Pafford, the ambulance service, was preparing to transport Mr. Smiley to the emergency room at Baptist Hospital. In order to evaluate the severity of the gunshot wound he had sustained in his upper torso, they essentially had removed his upper garment. He is a healthcare worker, so essentially it was a scrub top and a t-shirt and an undershirt. So they had essentially taken those off and discarded them on the front patio to the house. So essentially, you have a front patio right here, which I'm sure is depicted very well in the photographs and in the body-worn camera video. But the shirt is discarded right here by the ambulance service. That was later collected by us, as well as Mr. Smiley's bottoms once he got to the hospital. With regard to the laundry room and the carport area itself, so we were able to later find that there was a projectile. Again, I'm not a ballistics expert or anything along those lines, but a projectile that seemingly lines up with the defect that we have here on State's Exhibit 32 in the lower part of that door. went down into, it struck the carport floor, went into a rolled up carpet, and then essentially came to final rest in front of a blue Chevrolet Traverse, I believe is what it was. That was essentially Ashley Smiley's primary vehicle. That particular projectile came to rest right in front of the passenger side door, approximately. The defect that I was telling you about a second ago with the yellow bag exited out that wall and then struck the cargo rack of the same SUV, essentially fragmented almost, and then pieces of it were recovered at the back driver's side corner of that particular vehicle. So those were two partial, in part or whole projectiles that we recovered.
Detective Ariel, if I may interrupt you for a moment, did you collect those and store those pieces of evidence separately?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach the insurance? Permission to bring who says this too.
He's not required that if anything else. He can.
Sure, talk about what's in. Yes, sir. If you can, I handed you one box to begin with.
Okay.
Without opening that, can you tell the jurors what that is?
So this is it's essentially what we would call like a bullet box, so to speak. It's a very loose general term. It's got a piece of cotton or a piece of fabric in the bottom of it to essentially keep the bullet from rubbing around and things like that. But it is marked P2 or projectile 2. It is marked with the date, and which was 3/20 of 2024. Because by the time we concluded our own scene investigation, got everything back to the sheriff's office, and started doing our crime scene, our evidence log and logging everything in, we had crossed midnight. So it's got 3/20 of 24 on it, my initials. And then our sheriff's office evidence custodian has a barcode that he prints off and affixes to every piece of evidence we have. So that way it's a scan and go type of situation where if I need to log it out here to the crime lab, he can scan my name, scan the piece of evidence, and it's logged out to me, and vice versa. So when we take evidence back from the crime lab, it's scanned in and then scanned my name, and it's checked back into evidence.
Does that appear to be unaltered in any way since the time that you removed that item?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Or we ask that be marked as the state's next exhibit?
Any objection? Objection. Head it to the court. The state's next number be marked S38.
Permission to approach the insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
Investigator Bernal, I handed you another box. If you could take a look at that and see if you can identify that for me.
So this is, of course, the other one, P2. In the description on the box, it says projectile on ground RAX 0438 front of vehicle. So this would have been the nearly intact projectile that we recovered from the front of the blue SUV that was actually Smiley's primary vehicle. So the P1, this box that I was just provided, has projectile on ground RAX 0438 rear of vehicle. So this is the partial projectile that we recovered, the fragmented projectile that we recovered, driver's side rear corner of that same vehicle that essentially had exited through the wall next to the yellow bag, or what we believe exited through the wall next to the yellow bag.
Does that appear to be unaltered in any way from when you removed it from the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Aaron, we'd ask that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection? Be marked S39 on all purposes.
Investigator Bernal, y'all also recovered the live round and the empty shell casings, and those were also boxed up and put into evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
What about the murder weapon? Can you tell us when you walked into the house where that was located?
It was on the countertop in the kitchen, as identified in the photograph.
During your course of investigation, how did you learn that that was the gun that was used to shoot Ashley Smiley?
So when Deputy Lewis initially arrived on scene, Mr. Smiley told him that the gun she had used was on the countertop, that he had opened the cylinder. There was one live round, six empty cartridges in the cylinder.
So you were in your course of investigation, did you learn that the same gun was used to shoot Keith Smiley that was also used to kill Ashley Smiley?
That is correct. So later on in the investigation, we received a crime lab report from the Mississippi Crime Lab in Pearl, Mississippi, that identified projectiles recovered from the body of Ashley Smiley were similar in characteristic and in nature to the firearm we recovered from the countertop of the kitchen in the Smiley residence. There was also a report from the Mississippi Crime Lab in Pearl, Mississippi, that identified a DNA swabs that were making an objection.
What's the objection?
Let's just, we're making an objection. He's talking about documents that aren't in evidence.
Sustain.
Ms. Gabrielle, who relayed to law enforcement that the gun found at the home was used by Carly Gregg?
Heath Smiley told us that that's the one that she had used.
Permission to press witness, Your Honor. I handed you a box, Investigator Burnell. Can you tell me what's located in that box?
I can tell you that without opening the box, I can tell you that it is the same box that contains the Taurus 357 Magnum revolver. This is the same serial number that is on one of the state's exhibits in this photograph. This is my handwriting, my chain of custody information, so to speak, over here on the right-hand side. This is the arrow that I drew whenever I wanted to indicate to crime lab personnel which way the barrel was pointing when they opened the box up. This is a evidence label that was affixed. This is evidence tape that we put on the box, and then this is the crime lab's own seal and barcode information. It appears to be that particular firearm.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. Be marked as 40.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to open that and inspect it and make sure that it's the same firearm as well.
Okay. You have scissors? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get another. It's after lunch. Any of the jurors need an afternoon stretch. Sometimes people get sleepy. If you do, just stand up for a second, okay?
Okay, guys, so we're almost done with his testimony. I know that this testimony is not as interesting and or riveting as most because he's a crime scene detective. So he's going to be a little bland and dry, but he's providing some really good information as far as the outline of the household, where the mother's unalived body was found, how it was found at the time of this crime. So just bear with me, guys. I know it's not the most interesting for most people. Like, I love watching trials and I like listening to the crime scene detectives and the coroner and all of that. But I know most people are like, oh my God, this guy. But again, the information that he is supplying is key. We all have to remember, in a court of law, the prosecution has the burden. So what they're doing now is laying out the chain of events. They're painting the picture, utilizing each witness, including this detective, this crime scene detective, to kind of give them an idea of what the scene appeared to be. And he also took photographs. All of those photographs have been entered into evidence. So at some point, the jury can ask for those exhibits to be, for their deliberations. They can ask to see the photographs of how her mother was found.
Governor, may I remove it from the box?
Let me pause this because I think it's on my head.
So this indeed is the firearm that was used, and there are seven empty cartridge holders in the cylinder, and this is the same serial number for the firearm in the photographs and depicted on the box. I removed it from the box because I just don't point firearms at people, and unless I know they're unloaded.
Which is also why I don't want to publish that to the jury. I don't want to pass it in the room while we're talking.
Correct.
But I did notice, Ms. Gabrielle, that you made sure you cleared it to make sure that there was nothing in that weapon.
Correct.
Before you opened that box.
Correct.
You mentioned earlier that there were projectiles found in Miss Smiley.
Correct.
Could you tell the ladies? Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you. You mentioned earlier that there were projectiles recovered from Ashley Smiley's body.
Yes, ma'am.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn where those projectiles were found?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach with time. Leave them back up here.
Okay. May we approach? Yes, sir.
Okay, so I believe they're approaching again because they have muted the courtroom. So we're going to wait and see. Did they approach? No, they approached. They approached, Your Honor, again. And I mean, it's important that they get all these issues sorted out before they continue with testimony. Because if there is an objection to any information presented to the jury that's not addressed during the course of the trial, it could create an appealable action for the defendant. So that's why when they break and they need to break. Hold on one second. When they break and they need to break to approach the bench and discuss things, it's a necessity and in the best interest of all parties to sort those issues out during the course of the trial. If they don't, like I said, that could create an appeal, an appellate issue. Guys, while we're here, please share the video. Share the live, please. Share it on your social medias. Thank you.
Pending further objection.
And up here, Burnell, the first item I handed you that was back, do you have any personal knowledge through your course of this investigation what that bag was?
Oh, I'm sorry. I simply know what these items are due to the crime lab reports that we received via our results.
Yeah, we're gonna make an objection. Sustain.
Yes, sir.
You want to mark them Friday?
Yes, I would like to have them marked Friday.
All right, mark it S41 and S42 for ID purposes only.
They're going through every bit of evidence here, which is very important. In the big scheme of things, the prosecution, as I stated before, has the highest burden of proof. So they're pulling out all of the different pieces of evidence showing how the crime was committed, restating by whom, Carly, and proceeding to paint a very vivid picture for the jury to follow along with, to establish their version of events in an attempt to secure a conviction in this case. So they have to present things the way that they are. They have to pull out each piece of evidence showing the jury what they presume occurred.
Mr. Burnell, you talked about there were other items of evidence. I want to talk about at some point when you arrived on the scene, the defendant was not in the home.
Correct.
While you were there and you were processing the crime scene, at some point was she taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through what you learned about that and what your next steps were.
So essentially, while I was photographing doing the photography, the crime scene photography, for lack of a better term, multiple units from the sheriff's office. We have a narcotics task force with the Rankin County Sheriff's Office, Madison Police Department, Madison County Sheriff's Office, that also includes somewhat of an intelligence liaison. And so with that intelligence liaison, we have access to drones and robots and other type of...
Hold on, y'all. I'm buffering. Okay.
Resources that essentially provide us remote surveillance capabilities and things along those lines. We We're also in touch with the Mississippi Highway Patrol to obtain the services or to obtain the resources related to their helicopter, because we essentially established our inner perimeter around the crime scene. We were staging officers around the area in somewhat of a loose perimeter, so to speak, to keep Miss Gregg from getting north or south of Old Fannin Road, getting outside the Farmington subdivision, which is where 214 Ashton Way is located in Rankin County, Mississippi. But through the course of that time, one of our interdiction officers radioed in that he had obtained he had taken into custody the 14-year-old suspect in this case, and it was clarified through one of the patrol supervisors that was the suspect we were looking for, and he confirmed that it was. She was brought to the scene where Investigator Davis took a gunshot residue kit, which is essentially like a couple of dowels in an envelope. Those dowels are used in order to collect gunshot residue. They're submitted to the Mississippi Crime Lab in order to test for the presence of someone having fired a firearm recently.
Did you actually observe Investigator Davis perform a portion of that?
A portion of it, yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Director.
Yes, ma'am.
Investigator Brunel, are you familiar with what I've just handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have personal knowledge of what's in that envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell me what that is?
So this is a gunshot residue kit that we issue out to our investigators. It bears Carly Gregg's name, Investigator Davis's badge number, name, our agency name, the case number, the chain of custody information, and then it has our evidence signature, our evidence thing on it. Inside of this are the little metal dowels that I was telling you about a second ago that essentially are used to rub on the skin. They're used to rub on surfaces in order to determine the presence of this gunshot residue.
Other than the markings from the Mississippi Crime Lab, does that appear to be altered in any way?
Your Honor, we're going to have to check on that if I may approach.
Yes, sir. Another objection. Another objection. So they have to approach yet again to discuss this most recent objection. I think this case is going to have a whole lot of objections, folks.
ID purposes only at this time. Y'all approach.
Definitely, they will be hopefully they make it quick and settle their differences so we could get back into this testimony with this crime scene detective, or is he a crime scene analyst? I don't remember his actual title. Did any of you do y'all remember what his actual title was? I think he's a crime scene analyst. Oh, yeah, I think he's a crime scene analyst because he took pictures. He, you know, took the lay of the land as far as the evidence goes.
What I mean is, what is that?
Yeah, I think he's a crime scene analyst. Just based on the nature of what he did. Okay. Let's see here.
It's a gunshot residue kit.
And who was that gunshot residue kit performed on?
Carly Madison Gray.
And I believe your testimony was that you observed part of that gunshot residue
Correct.
testing. Now, we'd ask that this be marked as State's Exhibit next.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted. That's 43, all purposes.
Investigator Burnell, what other testing are you aware of or that you have personal knowledge of that occurred on the defendant that day?
That day, the gunshot residue kit was collected from her. She was photographed after she was brought to the scene. And when I say she was photographed head to toe, including hands, front and back. Her clothes were later taken and collected as evidence and kept.
Mayor Pro Tem Sean. Investigator Burnell, who's in that photograph?
Carly Madison Gray.
And is that the same Carly Madison Gray that you observed on the scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
That's after she'd been taken into custody?
That's correct.
Or we'd ask that be marked as State's next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. Be admitted. That's 44, all purposes.
Mr. Burnell, earlier we introduced some photographs of some vape pen boxes. Did you actually remove those items from the home as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said also along with a knife of some sort.
Correct.
Permission to approach the witness line?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that appear to be the items, including the vape pen boxes and the multi-tool or the knife that you removed from the home that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that appear to be altered in any way from the day that you took it?
No, ma'am.
All right, we'd ask that be marked as State's next exhibit.
Any objection? And be marked as 45, all purposes. Be admitted.
You were tasked with processing the crime scene in this case, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, you said there was one deceased victim.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that is exhibit. Mayor Pro Tem. Looking at exhibit 36, could you tell me if that is the position of Ashley Smiley when you found her laying in the floor dead of Carly Gregg's bedroom?
When I initially entered the room, No, ma'am. So the towel had been placed back on her face, and then for the purposes of photographing her body unobscured, because at that point in time we weren't sure who had put the towel on her face until the investigation progressed and continued. So the towel was removed and she was photographed.
The next exhibit, number 36.
37?
37, sorry about that. 37. Is that Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your investigation and your training in crime scenes, what does it appear that has happened to Miss Smiley in that photograph?
So it appears as though she sustained 3 different gunshot wounds to the head. So these 3 these 2, one here and then another here, essentially were shot from distance. The one down here under the chin, you can see a what is referred to as a stippling on the skin, which So when I took that certified investigator course through the state, we go into what close contact gunshot wounds looks like. In this particular case, so anything close contact is considered 36 inches and less. So here you can see the stippling in the skin just under the chin, but essentially what you have there is burnt powder. When it exits the muzzle of the firearm, it lands on the skin because it doesn't have the distance in order to spread out and burn up before it makes contact with any of the surface. And so it makes contact with skin and essentially burns the skin.
Commissioner President Sharma, I ask that these 2 photographs be published to the jury.
Yeah, I'm with the bailiff.
Another sidebar and objection. I'm telling you, this is the most objection-filled case that I've seen. And you know what? Day 1, if you guys noticed, on day 1, there weren't these many objections. Like day 1, day 1, there wasn't that much testimony. Yeah, it was just the 911 operator and the 911 operator on day 1. That was it, right? Oh, the on-site detective. Let's see. I'm trying to skip ahead past this part. I think actually it was the sheriff. It was the sheriff yesterday. Today we have the detective. Yesterday we had the sheriff. So that's probably why there weren't so many objections, to be honest with you. because their testimony was just kind of direct, not much to add to it. Hey, is it Rissy? I wonder why or what gave, I don't know what gave her this idea. She's her defense is claiming that she was not in her right mind.
Discussed with us, and now the ladies and gentlemen have seen that photograph. He discussed that only one of the gunshot wounds or defects appeared to have stippling.
That's correct.
And what does that indicate to you?
So the firearm was within about 3 feet of Miss Smiley's head as she was laying prostrate on the floor, face up.
After you processed the crime scene that day, what other involvement did you have directly with this case?
So after we concluded our time on scene and we took our evidence to the sheriff's office to begin the task of logging it into evidence, photographing it prior to packaging, photographing the packaging, making sure that it was stored for later submission to the Mississippi Crime Lab, and stored for purposes of court proceedings, things along those lines. And when I say we, Investigator Zachary Cotton and I, Deputy Hunter Lewis and Deputy Dustin Smith, they were doing their initial reports for their response to the scene that day, while Investigator Cotton and I were handling the evidence packaging and things along those lines. During that particular time, we had concluded the evidence portion, and Mr. Smith had actually come over to discuss the court trial we were actually in that week. And Investigator Smith heard a knock on our front door and went forward to see kind of what was going on, if somebody needed our assistance or kind of what was happening. And a father made him aware that his daughter had actually been there that day with Miss Gregg, and that he was bringing her forth as a witness.
At that time, did you participate in an interview of that child and her father?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And based off of what you learned, what did you learn from that interview?
Am I allowed to say her name or just her initials? She was identified as Brooke Wafer. She was, her father and her cousin accompanied her to the sheriff's office that day. We brought them into an interview room. She was essentially a peer and a schoolmate of Carly Gregg's. They both attended Northwest Rankin, and she essentially told us, and we were being very careful in our interviewing of her, simply until we could gain guidance the following date about whether or not we needed to obtain the services of the Child Advocacy Center. The Child Advocacy Center simply stands as a neutral party in order to forensically interview children, whether or not they are victims or witnesses that have experienced traumatic events in life. And so,
Investigator
Yes, ma'am.
Cornell, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the fact that Rankin County has a protocol in place about this age of certain witnesses?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And is that why your office wanted to make sure that it was okay for the sheriff's department to, in fact, interview this child because she was 16 at the time?
Correct. So anybody 17 and under, we usually try and obtain some guidance as to whether or not CAC interview will be necessary. Considering Miss Wafer's maturity and her chronological age, we went ahead and conducted an interview with her at a later date, which was more detailed in nature. But for the purposes of the initial interview that night, she essentially stated that Miss Gregg had contacted her, said that it was an emergency, she needed to come by the house. Her father drove her to that particular location like he had done times before, and dropped her off. I believe he said it was about 5 o'clock. And so we continued interviewing her, trying to ask generalized questions. What did you do when you got there? Miss Carly Gregg met her at the front door and essentially asked her, do dead bodies make you squeamish? And she said, no, I don't think so. And Miss Gregg proceeds to take her back to to her own bedroom where her mother's body lie deceased at that point in time. And so she stated that during this point in time, Miss Ashley Smiley already had the towel on her face. Her arms were in a fixed position across her torso, and that Miss Gregg had a silver revolver. I believe she identified the handle as being brown instead of black, that black rubberized grip, but stated that it was a very large very large revolver type firearm. And then shortly after that, she told Miss Wafer that Miss Gregg told Miss Wafer, it's like I shot my mom 3 times, and as soon as my stepdad gets home, I got 3 shots for him. Shortly thereafter, she was asked if she wanted to wait in the backyard. She said she did. Went out the back door that was described to you a second ago, next to the dog kennel, and waited. Once Mr. Smiley arrived home, she heard 3 shots. Miss Wafer stated she heard 3 shots. Miss Gregg ran out the back door, and they both ran around that L shape of the house. There's a privacy fence around this entire backyard. So they come out this door, run around the back of the carport. There's a small shed right here in the yard. Run out this way, jump the fence, run up the driveway where we later learned that they split off. Miss Wafer went to another friend's house in the neighborhood. Miss Gregg circled back around and went to the Magnolia Point subdivision, which is an adjacent neighborhood to Farmington.
After your presence in the interview with Miss Wafer and her father that night, what was your next involvement in this case, if any?
So I believe my next involvement was on the 22nd. During that initial interview with Miss Wafer, we learned that there were I guess I should back up. So the 22nd, we wanted to try and get a copy of Mr. Smiley's phone. Investigator Cotton had been discussing the case with him, trying to get more information with him due to the traumatic nature of what he experienced. A lot of times in my profession, we see what we would like to call traumatic mind. People experience trauma and essentially resolve it, handle it in different ways. The point being, days after that, things begin to come clear because your mind enters a fight, flight, or freeze type of mode. And so as he began to kind of come out of that, Investigator Cotton had talked with him, talked about getting a forensic extraction of his cell phone in order to figure out whether or not there were any messages, because he had received 2 messages that day from Miss Smiley's phone that didn't seem like her. And so we wanted to obtain copies of those text messages. So on the 22nd, we found out that Mr. Smiley had obtained the camera that was within the garage. We had overlooked it during the initial processing of the scene. He had collected it for us, and I had gone by to our investigator Cotton, collected the SD card from him and provided it to me. So during the initial look at that particular memory card, found that all the videos for the 19th were missing. The file folder was in place along with all the other file folders, which aroused some alarm. And so had deputies Lewis and Hunter. They were helping us canvass the area after Mr. Smiley stated that the camera from the kitchen had been missing. So we re-canvassed the neighborhood, canvassed Magnolia Point subdivision, essentially trying to locate this camera that was gone. And during that point in time, I had a memory card reader, a little box you plug in your computer. You can read the little memory sticks or the SD cards. Plugged it in, found what I found, and found the videos missing. Went back to the residence with deputies Lewis and Hunter for the purposes of having their body camera to essentially provide some accountability and some transparency to the situation. Had a conversation with Mr. Smiley about the missing videos, and learned that basically he was used to a Microsoft product and was using an Apple product in which to look at the SD card. So when he looked in order to try and preserve the videos on the SD card from the Apple product, he cut and pasted inadvertently instead of copy and paste. And so he allowed me access to his computer. I found the video files that were missing at that point in time, retrieved those, looked into the recycle bin, the trash folder, what have you, on the Apple product, and confirmed that there were no videos in that particular area, which would illustrate to us that he may have been attempting to destroy evidence. We had a conversation with him about the need, if he obtained or if he found or if he recovered any other evidence in the house, not to touch it, not to do anything with it, to call us. We were here to help him in any way we could, and we did not want the inference to be made that he was tampering with evidence, and essentially create a problem with the prosecution of Ms. Gregg's case. And so he was very understanding of that particular point. And after we left that particular time, he was later provided that cell phone back that we obtained the extraction of, as well as that SD card after we made a copy of it along with the videos. That was my involvement on the 22nd. We would later go back and do the more detailed interview with Miss Wafer at her parents' house in the Castlewood subdivision.
I want to ask you about the conversation.
That's why the stepdad lawyered up.
With this physical evidence. Did you ever tell him that you were going to charge him with a crime?
No, ma'am. The inference that I wanted him to understand is that he was a victim of a crime. He, was essentially, he had just lost his wife, a stepdaughter that he had essentially spent a good deal of time with over the past several years, had essentially been fighting for in an embattled custody chancery court issue, and he essentially looked at her like a daughter. And to have this happen to him, we were very understanding in the situation that he was in. But at the same time, we don't want to create problems where there aren't any. We would much rather the victims of the complaints in these situations just leave the evidence alone, call us, hey, look, I found X, Y, and Z. Can you come pick it up, collect it? Not a problem. We'll take care of it. That essentially puts the onus on us, not Mr. Smiley. It doesn't put it on anybody else. If the evidence is mishandled or if something happens to it, that's my fault. That's my problem. It's not on him. It can't be construed or misconstrued that he is tampering with evidence, that he's doing anything in order to hinder the prosecution of this particular case.
Investigator Brunel, I want to just pick on you a little bit.
Okay.
You're not perfect, right?
No, ma'am. The only infallible person died on a cross for us.
So you would agree with me, too, that absolutely no investigation is perfect, right?
I would agree with that, yes, ma'am.
And in fact, I think, ladies and gentlemen, have heard that while there were multiple deputies and investigators over at Mr. Smiley's residence, you did not know that there was a camera in the garage.
Correct. Completely overlooked it. Yes, ma'am.
Those sort of things can happen from time to time.
I agree. Yes, ma'am.
Does any issues with your investigation, maybe that you missed the camera at first, does anything change with regards to who the shooter was in this case?
No, ma'am.
Does it change the crimes that were committed in this case?
No, ma'am.
And based on your investigation, who in fact was the person who pulled the trigger and shot Ashley Smiley and killed her, shot her 3 times?
Carly Madison Gray.
And who was the person that either shot Heath or at Heath 3 times?
Carly Madison Gray.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Y'all still need the break?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, let's go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break. If y'all would, go ahead and use the restroom. We'll take about a 15-minute break. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
That was a long cross.
All right, the record will reflect Ross out the presence of the jury. We're going to take a recess. You're not to
That makes perfect sense that the jury take a break right now, because that was a lengthy testimony.
Go to the restroom, come back and sit down.
Yes, sir.
And I'm
All
sure
right,
the
everyone else will be in
prosecution,
recess till 2:30.
okay, they're going to recess till 2:30. But we're not going to sit and wait for that whole production. I'm going to actually go ahead and skip ahead. So that we can get on track. I think we're definitely almost done. Okay, let's see. Trying to skip ahead. I wish they would actually upload the trials without their breaks. That would be great. But as we are now live in the live environment, this is how they're conducting the trial. Live. So I can't really make any bones about it because they're doing it live in the courtroom. I don't know why my computer is black. Why is my screen black? Come on now. Let me see. There's nothing wrong with my Wi-Fi. Oh my goodness, y'all. I am having some serious technical difficulties right now, guys. Y'all see that? My screen is black. And I don't want to hit refresh on it because if I do that, guess what's going to happen? It'll probably take us all the way back to the beginning. That's not going to be cool. That's not even going to be a workable scenario. We're so far in today too, guys. Why is my computer not cooperating? Oh, it won't even out, y'all. It will not even pause. Let me see if I do this. See if I do that. It's not doing anything. This is ridiculous. God, this is enough to me. Lose my lunch. Let's go right. Okay, finally. Sheesh. She takes her seat. All right, let me pause here because he's back on the stand.
All right, we're on the record while Mr. Levingston setting up, just making sure we're not going to show anything that hasn't been introduced into evidence, correct? You can introduce it into evidence and then show it.
Yes, it has not been introduced. I have to lay the foundation.
That's fine. I just want to make sure nothing goes on the projector without being introduced into evidence.
Sure, and I know that what they're trying to play, we will have an objection to. I don't know if you want us to go ahead and take that up.
Yeah, let's go ahead and deal with this right now. What's your objection? Close the door.
They have an
Close the door.
objection?
Make sure no jurors in here.
Another
Brought
objection?
to our attention that they're going to attempt to play a body cam video of Deputy.
I don't want to hear the objection, y'all. I'm sorry.
Look, both y'all stop. Stop.
Oh, wait, this is a good one.
Yes, Your Honor, it definitely came in, the projectile.
No, the projectile's not evidence. All right, look, both y'all stop. Stop. He can be questioned about the parts of the body camera that he's on. All right. The body camera that he's not on can't impeach him unless he testified about it. Does that make sense?
You're 100% correct.
So you got to narrow it down to the part where he's on camera. I'm assuming you're offering it for some type of impeachment.
We're asking. We're not asking for impeachment purposes. We're clarification of what happened.
All right. He can testify to the objection be overruled. He can testify to the part he's on. That's where we are. Okay. Any further objection?
Your Honor, but they're intending to play the whole video to the jury.
I think I understand the court's ruling. He can testify to what he's on, and if I'm not using that, then there won't be a video. So just
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So just asking the question, did you see A? He says, no, I didn't see A. Then we'll deal with the body camera. Okay. All right. We ready now?
Yes. You're on the screen.
Okay. It's not going on right now, correct?
The judge is tired of the
Yeah,
objections,
we don't
too.
need it until.
Just minimize it.
Yes, sir. I'll just turn the screen off for now.
All right. Stay ready.
Yes, sir.
Defense ready.
We are young.
Bring them in.
Oh, I have to sneeze, y'all. I can feel it, but it's not happening.
Hey, police court.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Burdell, what was your role on March 19th when you showed up at the scene? Your role, you're an investigator, correct?
Correct.
And I know you went and you explained to the jury what an investigator does. You're one of the managers. You're one of the guys in charge of the scene, and you're telling the other individuals what they need to be doing. Would that be a correct assessment?
That's a fair assessment. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And if I remember, at the scene, and you shaved, because in the video you're in a beard.
I am. Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
you're also in a white shirt.
correct.
Okay. And when you arrived at the scene, I think one of the first things that you did was, and you talked about the gloves, you told everybody they need to be gloved up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because as you're taking command of the situation and making sure that the scene isn't contaminated, things of that nature.
Right. Right.
The next thing I noticed you went in, and that was, you said something to the officers about clearing the house. Do you remember that?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I don't recall that particular portion. I do remember them going through and clearing the house, or I may have asked Deputy Lewis if they had cleared the house. I remember there's something close to that. Yes, sir.
Because in the video that we've already seen, okay, and that was the officer, I think it's Lewis, who had showed up first. And when he comes on the scene, or when you come on the scene, it shows you and you're taking the pictures, just like what you described.
Yes, sir.
You started going around the house and taking the pictures. And then you get inside and you made mention to the officer, had it been cleared, and then it was like, it may not have been cleared, but y'all need to clear it.
Okay.
You remember that?
I don't recall that now, sir.
Now, it also, there was another individual that showed up, and he was in a blue shirt, okay? And I think that's Officer or Investigator Cotton.
Do you have glasses on?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you made mention to Cotton that this was his case, and you were there to assist him.
Correct.
Because you would not be the main investigator on this case. You're sort of an assistant investigator, is what I gather.
Correct. So on this particular night, he was the after-hours investigator on call, and so any incidents or what have you that the sheriff's office that required an investigator from the sheriff's office to respond to a scene or handle any of those kinds of things, we usually go on call about. It depends on people's vacations and time off and stuff like that, but relatively about every 9 to 11 days, we will rotate on and off that particular call schedule. This happened to be his particular night on call, so the duty as the primary investigator was his. I was simply there to, for lack of a better term, accommodate him, assist him, do whatever I could to make his job as the primary investigator just a little bit easier.
And the whole thing of you being the investigator and going to the schools and processing the scene the way you do is to make sure that you're coming up with the correct information and stuff's not getting contaminated and things of that nature, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And I want to say you talked, one of the things you talked about was, I'm going to make sure. It was a journal, I guess the crime scene journal. Or what did you call it when the people coming in and out of the house?
It's a crime scene log.
Crime scene
yes,
log.
Sir. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And in the video, it shows you, and I think it was Deputy Rayburn, you told him to start marking, who's coming in, who's coming out of the scene, things of that nature. And he had a little memo book. It looked like some sort of notebook, and he was writing down who was present, what they were doing, things of that nature. And it looked like whenever somebody was going in, he was writing it down. Would that have been his job?
I remember getting on scene and then going back to my car, and I'm recalling this not only from my report but also from Deputy Lewis's body camera. I get the crime scene log out of the back of my Expedition, and I give it to him, and that was his duty at that point in time. If he had delegated it, he did delegate it off to Deputy Rayburn. But you're correct in that. I essentially gave him that responsibility.
Right. And what happens is you have a whole bunch of stuff that's going on right now, and you're telling this person to do this.
Yes, sir.
And because I think you were doing, because you got gloved up.
Correct.
Yeah, correct. You getting gloved up, and you did that before you went in the house. So you're okay outside when you're taking the pictures, and you put the gloves on, went inside.
Yes, sir.
Were you the only person that took photos?
I believe so. Yes, sir. I think if I recall correctly, Investigator Cotton brought his camera inside the residence, never used it, if I recall correctly. If there may have been times where we wanted to capture a particular piece of evidence using different angles of lighting, oblique lighting, so to speak. And so I may have handed the camera off to him, or Captain Fred Lovett eventually arrived on scene. I may have given it to him in order for a piece of evidence to be held under direct lighting, oblique lighting, or some other kind of a facet of lighting in order to capture it properly, so to speak. But yes, sir, my camera was the only one used as far as I'm aware.
And what have you reviewed? Okay, I know you're not the main investigator on this case.
Yes, sir.
But and it's Cotton who is the main investigator. But when you were assisted him, did you review all the evidence also?
By review, what do you mean by that?
Well, okay. I know you met with some of the witnesses. You interviewed some of the witnesses.
Correct. Yes, sir.
The ones that you did not interview, for the most part, did you review what they said or did or anything, or did you review or did you interview all of them?
No, sir, I did not. I'm trying to recall correctly now. After our last interview, the more specific detail interview that we did with Miss Wafer, and I may have actually notated this at the end of my report. That was essentially my last task or my last involvement, what have you, in this particular investigation. A lot of my duties were relegated to the crime scene itself, and then I did pick up some additional assistance with Investigator Cotton with regard to the interview with Brooke Wafer, the recanvassing of the neighborhood and things like that.
And so once you process and this is one thing I noticed in the video, it has you talking about, I guess, where y'all are going to be taking Carly. And you said you were in contact with, I think, the county court judge, and you were waiting to get clarification of which direction she needed to go. Is that correct?
That is correct. Although when Ms. Gregg committed the firearm offenses, she committed a certifying offense, their interest of justice hearing would need to be held so that way they could essentially handle that. So the youth court, county court judge, they maintain dual duty, so to speak. So they were contacted in order to gain some guidance as to what direction we needed to go. Put her in the ADC, the Adult Detention Center, or put her in the JDC, which is the Juvenile Detention Center there in Pelahatchie.
And that's why it was those conversations that you had her brought back to the scene.
Correct.
And my understanding from looking at the videos, what you were saying is that was happening because you didn't know exactly where she needs to go. And then once you got your marching orders, then you could tell your transport officer where she needs to be taken.
Essentially, yes. The bringing Miss Gregg back to the scene was twofold. So, like you said, waiting on the marching orders from Judge McDaniel as to whether or not he wanted her in ADC or JDC for that night, and then also to obtain the GSR from her hands.
And in that video, it shows, I guess, them doing the gunshot residue GSR test. It actually shows it on the video. Have you viewed that video?
I have viewed. I probably have, sir. I'll be honest with you. There are probably no less than 10 body camera videos associated with this case.
Yeah.
So I've watched a fair amount. So I was there for the collection for the end portion of the GSR kit because I actually read Miss Gregg her verbal Miranda while she was at the vehicle. That's kind of how I know that Investigator Davis collected the GSR.
Gotcha. And where did you review? I guess is it Shack, Tony Shack?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's one of our deputies. Yes, sir.
Yes, and he's the person that found, I guess, Carly. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And then he brought her back to the scene.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so there was a time, I guess, because they're all wearing the body cams, and you've seen this. If you've looked at his body cam, you see him turn his body cam off. Do you remember that?
I know that once our deputies, for instance, if our deputies are involved in a police activity, and an investigative activity or what have you, involved in some kind of law enforcement capacity or something like that, they will have them activated in order to properly, document, record how the scene is, any particular interactions they have with the public, any interactions they have with suspects and things along those lines. Of course, when they activate them, I believe the lag time is like 45 seconds or a minute where you don't have any audio, but at the end of the day, like, you still have the video, which is representative of kind of what's going on for that 1 minute. Now, once they get to, if they're going back to, for instance, if they're concluding that law enforcement activity and going back to shoot the breeze with some guys on their shift, or going to talk about the last traffic stop they made or something like that, that they're no longer involved in the investigative activity, that law enforcement activities, that police activity, so they may deactivate them. And then if they're called back in, hey, look, can you come over here and hold this up, or can you perform this particular task? They may reactivate them, come back up, and then perform some task or something like that I need to have done. So there may be some on off depending on kind of what activities they're related in, what they're doing, and things like that.
Yeah, doesn't the Rankin County Sheriff Department have a policy that says that these body cams, as long as you're on a crime scene, are not to be turned off?
I don't have the policy in front of me, so I can tell you that I can tell you that policy and procedure, we use that as a foundation on which to build our particular activities and what we do as law enforcement officers. Similarly to like the Bible, for instance. So like, I don't know my Bible word for word, letter for letter, but I use the moral principles and the things within it as a foundation on which to build my life. Am I perfect? No. But I use them as a foundation because essentially, like, you won't have every scenario and every type of circumstance in a policy and procedure manual. If you did, it'd be a mile tall.
Well, y'all, and it looks like y'all have, there's a policy and procedure manual that y'all come out for the years 2023 to 2024.
Okay.
And my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, y'all go through training every year to make sure that everything's up to date. You have a clear understanding of what you're supposed to do, and especially what you're supposed to do when you're having interaction with the public, correct?
Yes, sir. To your point, the sheriff's office, we provided like bias-based profiling and traffic stop related training to our civil rights training to our deputies this past year.
And I think what you were just saying a second ago is, I guess real life is a little different than a manual. Is that correct? Is that sort of what I said?
That's a loose way of putting it, but I'll follow you. Yes, sir.
Okay. But my understanding, and tell me if this is your understanding, if you're having direct interaction with a defendant that's in custody, there's no reason why a body cam should be turned off, correct?
I would follow you down. Yes, sir. I would agree with that.
Now, you reviewed Stack's body cam, correct?
I don't know if I reviewed his specifically. The one that I do remember reviewing is Deputy Lewis's.
Mm-hmm. So a second ago, when you were saying there was a whole bunch of these and you reviewed just about all these.
Yes, sir.
Now you don't think you did stuff.
Well, just about all of them is not all of them. Am I correct? I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't know if I've reviewed his. If we showed the video and I've seen it, I will more than happily tell you that I have seen it. But at the end of the day, I don't know that I have seen it.
If I showed you the video, would you be able to tell us if you've seen that or not?
Probably so. But like I said, the one that I do remember studying prior to my appearance today is Deputy Lewis's, because he was the first officer on scene. He obtained a lot of information in pursuance to the initial investigation, which I was involved in, related to why we're here.
Yes, ma'am. Approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, let me get my damn self some tissue. Okay, guys. So, I believe there is an objection. That's why they paused. I gotta blow my nose, guys. But this is like a bad time because they're on a break, so I'll wait. I'm starting to get a cold. I think it has something to do with me walking in the freaking rain, y'all. Hey, Cyrus. I didn't have any. Yes, it's on the docket. I changed my channel name to On the Docket because I like that name better. Let's redirect. What is going on? Yeah. Okay, so the prosecution is going to redirect. I'm guessing. Are they going to redirect? What's going on?
Ma'am, please call, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. Tyler, I know you talked to he's Smiley. I guess you're the one who actually went to his house to retrieve the videos in this case. Is that correct?
No, sir.
It was Cotton?
Correct.
Okay, because my understanding is, and maybe we have there may be different times when people went to the house, so you'll have to maybe clarify that a little bit with me.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You were testifying that you went to the house.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, you brought, it sounded like two other officers with you so that they would have the body cam.
Correct.
And you went in and at that time you were saying the reason why you do that is so that anytime you're interacting with public, you want to protect yourself, but also the public.
Correct.
And my understanding is that you were the person who, I guess, retrieved this I want to say SIM card or whatever.
I believe it's like an SD card.
SD,
right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And my understanding was, okay, is what happened, the SD card was retrieved by Cotton, taken to the sheriff's department. Y'all looked at it there and found that it didn't have anything on it, and then you went back. Is that what you did?
That is exactly correct. Yes,
okay.
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
so
sir.
The second visit, dealing with this SD card,
correct.
is when you went to the house.
That is correct. That is correct.
And so once you, and at this point, my understanding is Mr. Smiley has been cooperative with you the entire time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you go back, were you just looking for the SD card or were you looking for other things at that time?
And I went back and talked to Mr. Smiley. Essentially what I was trying to figure out was where all the videos from the 19th were, like what had happened to them. The folder, the the system had created a folder for videos for the 19th, but the folder was empty. It contained nothing. And so that seemed to lead me to believe that there had been videos that had been moved, or that videos had been deleted, or something along those lines. That is the purpose in going back and talking to Mr. Smiley. During the course of that interaction with him, we figured out, like I was explaining earlier, that he essentially was not familiar with an Apple product, and that whenever he clicked on the videos or selected the videos, there's a cut. I guess an Apple product does a cut and paste and not a copy and paste like a Microsoft product does. And it seemed like a very innocent mistake or something along those lines. And so we were able to recover the videos for the 19th, and then subsequently provide those. But at the end of the day, I wanted him to understand that you don't have to do anything. Like, if you find a piece of evidence or you think something may be pertinent to our investigation, you don't have to do anything with it. Just let us know. We'll come collect it. We'll come do whatever we have to with it. So that way the inference isn't being made, he's destroying evidence. He's tampering with evidence. He's doing this. He's doing that. So,
and I just want to make sure for the record here, at no time was he ever like a suspect in this case at all, correct?
If he had told us that, I deleted those videos, or I don't know what happened to them, or something like that, yes, sir, he would have become a suspect.
Right, but at no time, he didn't do that, and then
Correct.
You found out what happened. And
Correct.
I think, so at no time is he ever a suspect.
Was he officially labeled a suspect? No, sir. Was the purpose in having that interview with him to figure out whether or not he was one? Yes. Yes, because like I said a second ago, if we had been able to determine that he tampered with evidence or destroyed evidence, we would have a problem. That would be a significant misstep, and then he would be a suspect in this case, or he would have been an additional suspect, so to speak.
Now, and I guess I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around it.
Okay.
He called you to say, "Hey, I found this," correct?
No, sir. He called Investigator Cotton.
Well, when I say y'all, the sheriff's department.
Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't call you. Did he ever have your number? Probably didn't. He probably had Cotton.
I don't recall if he did. And in all honesty, Mr. Camp, I may have given him a business card, or given Miss Smiley's family a business card that had my phone number on it. If they needed anything from us or anything along those lines, I may have given them a business card that had that number on it. I don't recall if he ever used it.
And so he didn't call you. He called Cotton to say, I have this SD card that has some videos on it that y'all need to have. Is that
Correct.
basically what occurs?
Yes, sir.
Then Cotton goes and gets it.
Yes, sir.
Then Cotton brings it back to, because he didn't look at it, I guess, at Mr. Smiley's place, correct?
That's correct. We needed the card reader for that.
Okay, so then he comes back to Sheriff Department and you open it and there's nothing for the 19th.
Correct.
Okay. And so then y'all are like, we got to check and see why there's nothing for the 19th.
Correct.
Because there's stuff for other days.
Correct.
But the day that is important that you've been told there's videos on the 19th, there's no videos.
That's correct.
Okay. And you do realize, I know you're saying that you're polite and you didn't insinuate anything. I think the testimony is he went and got an attorney because he was so scared. Or do you still think it was just a real good conversation, or it was there was nothing bad about your interaction?
I'll be honest with you, Mr. Camp. I don't know what his interpretation was of our interaction that day. I don't know. I don't know what the. I didn't interview him or talk with him after that particular date. don't presume to understand like why he would obtain the services of an attorney. If he felt that he was in some legal jeopardy or maybe criminally culpable for the mishandling of that camera, he was never officially charged or anything along those lines.
And you didn't do anything to lead him to believe that he's going to get in trouble for calling y'all about that drive. What did he call it? The little card, SD card.
Can you ask me your question again?
There was nothing that he would be able to infer that you told him where he would be fearful that, y'all were trying to prosecute him for calling y'all to give you evidence.
I don't believe there would be anything he can infer, but like I said a second ago, I don't presume to know what Mr. Smiley was thinking or what his motivations were in obtaining the services of that attorney. It's my understanding that even after he obtained the services of an attorney, I believe he was still cooperative.
And then you sat in for he was cooperative when he came in and sat and talked with you, correct?
He did not talk to me.
You weren't present for that interview, for Smiley's interview?
No, sir. After that particular date, I never, I think I had one more interaction with Mr. Smiley whenever he signed a property release form, post forensic extraction of his phone and the return of that particular SD card. I believe that was my last interaction with Mr. Smiley.
And he said something about his driver's license, that y'all hadn't given him his driver's license back. And I don't know if you're aware of any of that.
I have no idea. No, sure. I don't know anything about that.
Now, there were some vape pen boxes that were found. Did you find those?
Yes, sir. So whenever we went into the master bedroom, they were in between that knitting bag, so to speak, and the back of that chair that was at the desk.
Okay, so those were hidden back someplace, sort of. You said they were behind. They were like behind a chair and by a knitting bag, so they're not like out and obvious.
If you looked at the chair, you could clearly see the tops of the boxes.
And this is in the master bedroom.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let's get some of this stack here. Yeah. So when you're looking at the knitting bag here, you can see that these are purple, maroon, orange, and like a fuchsia.
Sorry, y'all. I needed the blow dryer for a second.
They're right here. So in between the knitting bag and the back of that.
I had to use it for a second.
That room is the master bedroom.
Correct. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about some pictures of Ashley.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to make sure. You talked about that there were 3 gunshots.
Yes, sir.
And did you the night, I guess you were there on the 19th. The night of the
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You were there.
Yes, sir.
And that's when it sounded like you were saying that you had determined that there were 3 gunshots at that time. Is that correct?
No, sir. Not 3 gunshots at that particular time. On that particular evening, we could only corroborate 2. Through the course of the investigation, there were 3.
Okay. So somebody else gives you that information that there are 3. You didn't go and examine the body yourself and say there were 3 gunshots. It was, I guess, were you able to tell there were multiple that night, and then you found out subsequently there was another one? Is that sort of how it happened?
You asked me 2 different questions. Can you ask me again, and I'll answer them both.
Well, it sounded like that. The way your testimony came across to me, and it may not have been, you may not have intended this, but it sounded like that you sort of examined the body the night of the 19th and made a determination that there were 3 gunshots. Now, my understanding is you knew that there were 2 of them that night.
Correct.
and that they found a third one later. Would that be correct?
Yes and no. So we knew there were 3 gunshots involved. After the recovery of the second camera from the kitchen, there were multiple videos from the date of March 19th, where Miss Gregg is clearly visible and depicted on that video. She walks. She exits that back door into the backyard from the kitchen area, dining area.
This is a video that's, I don't think has been entered into evidence yet. Are you aware of if it's in evidence?
I don't have a clue, no, sir. So anyway, she exits into the backyard and then comes back in a little while later, walks in the direction of comes back in the back door, the dining room area right here, walks around down toward the master bedroom, comes back in where this camera is right here in this corner. And so it faces back this way. So it captures anybody walking past this living room wall. And so when she walks back past this way, her hands are behind her back. She's kind of peering around this I guess peninsula of a wall right here, peering around it, trying to see if there's anybody in there. And then she walks down this way, goes into her room. Well, prior to that, in the video, you can see Ashley Smiley down in this area of the house. Of course, her entrance into that room is out of frame. So you can see Carly walk down this way. Her hands are hidden behind her back. And she walks down into this room. You hear a total of 3 gunshots, or you hear 1 gunshot, who we suspect is Ashley Smiley screaming. And then you hear another gunshot, quiet, and then a 3rd gunshot. And then Miss Gregg walks back out of that area, comes and sits into the, this is probably one of the better photos, one of the better photos of it. So these chairs, there are actually 2 of these chairs posted around this corner of that bar. And so she essentially sits down in one of those chairs. Her hands are behind her because she can, I guess, knows that the camera's right there, but sets something hard and metallic, which would be similar to that, to this revolver, on the metallic.
Now, Officer Burdell,
right
can you see the revolver?
You cannot. And I guess that's what I said. What would be similar to the sound if you set the revolver down on a hard metallic surface like this? It clangs, and then it looks like she picks up a phone.
And in fact, you never see her with a revolver at any time, correct?
That is correct. You never see her with the revolver. Her hands are always behind her back, as if she's trying to conceal something behind her back. But she, like I said, she sets down this. You hear this metallic clang. She picks up the white phone that we determined was hers. This white one.
Try not to jump in, but
yeah,
I want to know about the rooms, because you said the camera faces back away from, I guess, the wing of the house where all this took place.
Okay.
And there's 3 rooms, correct?
So there's a workout room. There's a guest, or I say a guest bathroom. It's a bathroom that was essentially controlled and occupied by Carly Gregg. Her toothbrush, hairbrush, things like that were all found in there. There's a linen closet, and then of course there's her room. So the camera focuses right here, and then of course catches her whenever she's using her mom's cell phone to text Mr. Heath Smiley, forensic extraction I was telling you about a second ago, that sent a text message to him, which kind of was the odd text message, like, "Hey, honey, what time are you coming home?" Something like that. And those are not pet names that they used, which kind of put him on suspicion that maybe something was awry. But nevertheless, like, she sends these text messages or communicates on her mother's phone, and then picks up the item that clanged in the chair, and then she walks back into her bedroom again, or toward her bedroom again.
And so when she walks towards the bedroom, you don't know, because the camera doesn't face towards the bedroom, so you don't know where Ashley went to, because I think on the camera it shows Ashley going in and out a couple times. You don't know where Ashley was as far as what bedrooms, or there's even a bathroom back there. And you don't know which rooms that Carly was in, correct?
Based upon the on-scene investigation, I would deduce that Miss Smiley was in Carly's room at the time that the 3 shots were fired. Based upon the defect in the wall and the fact that
we're saying, I guess we're talking about the video. As far as from the video, we know where the incident took place eventually.
Okay, I apologize. I thought you were asking me where Miss Smiley was in reference to the gunshots. I apologize.
Yeah, but you don't know. You can't see her go into any specific room at any time, correct?
The video does not show her going into any specific room. However, the foundational evidence that we collected either through the photographing of the scene, the identifying of defects and things along those lines in the car.
And it shows back eventually in the bedroom. Now, you talk about the other picture, which was I guess the boxes that we just talked about, the little vape boxes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, you do not see those in anybody's hands, correct?
So at a portion of the video, you can see Miss Smiley. She is essentially back in what we believe is Carly's room. She walks toward her own bedroom in the same path that Carly took, like after she brings the dogs back in the house. And she has something small in her hands, which we believe are these.
Well, that's not very small. That's a big flat. There's 4 of them, right?
Right. If you stack them together and you're holding them like this, you may not be able to see it because the camera's like from here to Mr. Levinson.
Okay, so you don't know if that's what she's even holding, correct?
Correct. The only thing I'm deducing is that it's small and that you can see an object that she's toting from Carly's room. Based upon the interviews we did with Brooke Wafer, she was using THC vapes and things along those lines. And then we find empty vape pen boxes in the master bedroom of Mr. and Mrs. Smiley.
Okay, and Brooke never identifies those whatsoever.
That is correct.
Okay. May I beg the court's indulgence for just a moment?
Yes.
Now, how did she get access to these items? She's 14. Where did she get these items? How could she purchase them?
May we approach you?
Yes.
That's the part that I'm curious about most. How did she get her hands on those marijuana vape pens? At 14 years old. How did she get access? That's the crazy part to me. Let's see. Are they on a break? What are they doing? I guess he's waiting to see if he has any further questions. Oh, they want to approach. So that's what I missed that part. They're approaching again. Sheesh. And why didn't her mother and her stepfather search her room prior to this? Like, I'm telling, I don't know. I must be different. I was a very nosy mother. Extremely nosy. my kids, I would be in their rooms searching while they're in school, or if they went somewhere for the weekend or whatever. Oh yeah, I'd be searching their rooms. And I mean, I'd clean and search,
I figure for now,
just clean
you talked
up and
about
search.
a video. I'm gonna stand over here so that I can see.
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about a
The
video
prosecution is
from
redirecting.
inside the Smiley house that you've seen from March the 19th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to view? There were multiple videos from the time that Ashley Smiley and Carly got home until the video stopped. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review each and every one of those?
Yes, ma'am. During the initial recovery, we watched a lot of them. Yes, ma'am. Because essentially they're not time stamped or anything. They're put into a folder, and so we had to go through the folders systematically to try and watch
while
the
they were
videos
there
and find
too,
the
though.
timestamp and figure out kind of what was going on in the actual scene itself, to figure out kind of where we needed to be and which videos were of evidentiary value.
When you viewed the videos, is there an actual timestamp on the videos?
Correct. It's in the bottom right-hand corner. Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, did you watch all of the videos from when Carly Gregg and Ashley Smiley walk into the house until the video camera shuts off?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
May we break, John?
Oh. Mm.
What has been purported to be the video from the kitchen will be admitted all purposes by stipulation without objection as S46.
Okay, guys, this video is going to be hard to watch as well.
Permission to publish this to the jury, Ron.
Whew. Brace yourselves, guys, because this is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, shortly after Carly Gregg unalives her mom. They have video evidence that shows what she did in the minutes after puming her mother.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, do I have permission so I can see the scene beside the jury?
Mr. Camp, counsel for the defendant wants to go over there. They can't. You have a screen. Okay, I apologize.
I think it's the last item of the day. The video is the last item of the day. So what I'm gonna do, because this buffering is not working for me. So guys, what we're gonna do, we're gonna over to said video. Thing about right now, I'm gonna go over and find the uninterrupted version. What is this? NFL Sunday Ticket. I don't want that. I don't want any parts of this. I don't want anything to do with that. Let's do my history. Go to my history. Diddy indicted. Where is that dang on video? Hold on, y'all. Because I just watched it. Guys, bear with me. Here we go. Here it is. Now this video here does not have any sound. Like there's some sounds, but it's just like it's video surveillance of inside of their home. So it's gonna show. Let me just get into it. Let me get it up. Let's get this video up and started. Because this video, like I said, is gonna be a bit hard to watch. If you guys look, that's Carly. That's Carly Gregg. Right there with her dogs. Sorry, guys. What the fuck? What did I just splash or spill? The damn peroxide. The damn peroxide. Sorry, guys. My bad. Peroxide spilled. But y'all see her, right? Moving throughout the house and the dogs. This is their kitchen camera. The family had a camera in their garage as well as in their kitchen. You hear that? Do y'all hear that? That's her puming her mom. Now, it doesn't show on camera, but I mean, she comes back into the kitchen with the pum and her phone, and she sits and she starts texting her friends with the pum behind her. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she's currently texting her stepfather to ask him when will he be home from her mother's phone. So she texted her stepfather from her mom's phone and said, "When will you be home, honey?" And he said, "I'll be home in a minute, just, a couple more things." And she sent him a thumbs up. She's singing a little bit. Mind you, she just unalived her mom. I think she goes back into her mom's bedroom probably to check to see if she's gone for real or not. And she stays in the house with the dogs and her mother's corpse, waiting for her stepfather to arrive home. Now, the white screen that's popping up, that's a part of this video, guys. So when you see that white screen pop up, I think it's a part of their security camera. Don't worry about it. It's just a part of the video itself. The dogs are looking around like, what is going on? Animals can sense things. They can sense danger or trouble, things of that nature. So I'm sure they're like, what is going on right now? And if you notice, when the firearm went off, one of them barked a little bit, but then they kind of quieted down because they saw Carly go that way. And I'm guessing they assumed, it wasn't an intruder, basically. There was no intruder, so they didn't start barking and carrying on because they figure, oh, that's just that human that's going in there making all that noise. But this is the video evidence that they're presenting in the courtroom right now. I just jumped off of it because I think it's that video that I had, because this video isn't all. And day one of the trial didn't buffer not one bit. So I think it was the video choice that I had, guys. This video is not that long. So we're about to be done with day 1 and day 2 of Carly Gregg's trial. She is on trial for unaliving her mom and attempting to do the same to her stepdad when he arrived home. Kind of like an ambush. She tried to ambush her stepdad, really. She really did. Who is she talking to? She must be talking to the dogs. She must be telling the dogs to get down. Because her mother is not, coherent, as we all know. Because at the top of this video, for those of you who are just coming in, she went into the room and pumed her mom. She comes back into the kitchen, and what happens to the video? It says cannot play file. So I guess that's the end of it when she comes back into the kitchen, because then it goes to video cannot be played, and it goes back to the gentleman that's on the stand. So I guess that's the end of his testimony. They don't need him or want him to be on the stand anymore. So he is dismissed. And I think this is the end. Wait a minute. Why am I not playing this, y'all? Oh, my Lord. I was playing it on my other phone in my ear, y'all. Believe it or not. How embarrassing. I thought y'all heard it the whole time. Let me go back so y'all can hear the pum shots. Because they were played in surveillance video that they have of their kitchen. But guys, I think that's enough of Carly Gray's trial today. I'm still playing it so you guys can hear the pum shots because they are picked up on the surveillance camera. You guys heard that? She walked in the room and unalived her mom. And this kid, unfortunately, they did not have a camera in the room. The cameras that they have, as I said, were only in the garage and in the kitchen. But that footage is very telling all in itself. But guys, I will be back tomorrow with day 3. I'm going to make an attempt. To get the best stream. Like, I'll do the research on the stream itself to make sure there's not that much buffering, because day 2 was ridiculous. But guys, if you're not already subscribed to the channel, go on ahead and consider subscribing today. Be sure to set your notifications to all so that you are notified when I go live or add new content. And I'll see you guys.